what we're talking about. This is where the big boys come to play. D'Angelis is trying to make the comeback story of a lifetime. Let's light the fuse from Talladega.
Yeah, get on for a living. You know that I understand to say how and when.
Third quest to block. Through goes Mosteller. D'Angelis up and over to the backstretch. Ranger Byron driving the race of his life right now. Tanner McKinney, the Cinderella story up inside the top 10. It's been 570 days since this behemoth of a racetrack out in Central Alabama has seen the prestige of an e-ticket event. Today, that all changes as I say, welcome to Talladega Superspeedway. Welcome to Countdown to Green for the 2024 Alabama 500. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg, and we can't wait to get this one started. Jarrett, isn't it great to be back?
Yeah, I mean, you just said how long it's been. Over a year since we've been here at Talladega, the biggest, the baddest track in all of NASCAR, and man, I just want to start right now.
Yeah, so do I. We were sitting here for what, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Just like, man, we're ready to rock and roll. So let's talk about it. Hey, this track is something most of you all very much know about, but the grand scale is amazing. 2.66 miles out in Alabama. We'll see 500 miles of racing, a very wide surface, 3 to 4 wide action. You'll see it from the drop of the green flag to the drop of the checkered flag, and this will be the 4th e-ticket event Talladega's had in NR Night in America. Well, what makes Dega so unpredictable?
Well, for me, I think it's actually because it kind of lures you in. Whether you're a driver or a fan, you get used to stuff. You get used to the crazy moves. You get used to people that are just flying up towards the front and making more and more aggressive moves. And then with that, you step over the line. Or you're so used to it, you think you got it down. I mean, it's just mash the gas, get in the draft, turn left, all that. It's easy, right? And you crash right off the bat. We've seen it happen both ways at Dega, and I think that's the biggest challenge you have.
Yeah, it's so unpredictable. I mean, we talked about what's even more unpredictable, stuff having to happen behind the scenes. Now, we talked about it a week ago. Joseph Armstrong was slated to drive the number 20. That changed to then Frank D'Angelis driving that Yahoo Toyota. As of 2 hours ago, that has now changed to Anthony Burrows, a former e-ticket champion, climbing behind the wheel. Both those drivers we talked about previously have had some things going on behind the scenes. Anthony Burrows, we're so thankful for him. He's a multi-time winner of the NASCAR Cup Series. He won the 2022 Southern 500, and he's going to be one of many looking for now their second e-ticket title.
Well, and I mean, he also swept the last bit of the Cup Series. He's one of the best out there. He is going to be a threat today.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, the big thing is, do you sleep over him, right? Is this a driver that you say, oh, it's not going to be a big deal? Or are you going to go, well, let's take a look at his stats, because when Anthony Burrows comes to play, he's coming in and he's not here to lose.
No, and I think that's why you can't. You have to expect he's going to be one of the guys, whether he's going to hang out in the back or just race for the lead the entire time. He's going to be somebody you're going to have to keep your eye on no matter what through this race.
Let's talk the uncertainty of this aero package. Last time went racing at a super speedway for an e-ticket, the Darrington Woodworking Florida 500. We saw single file, we saw 2x2, we saw slam drafting, tandem drafting, 3x3. Some, even the most daring, thought, hey, maybe 4 wide will work. But here at Dega, we are bringing the same aero package, but a couple things are a little bit on the uncertain side. We'll get to that in a moment. How do you prepare as a driver, Jarrett, knowing that you can go from early 2000s racing to then early car tomorrow racing, then car tomorrow racing where it's all tandeming up and having a buddy seat in the background there, to then late Gen 6, maybe early Gen 6, and then the next gen train racing do you see now?
Well, I think what you have to do is just be fluid. You have to be fluid when it comes to the race itself, and when it also comes to your skill set, you have to be able to adapt no matter what throughout this race. I mean, even in this race itself, you could be going single file the entire time, and then everyone just, all heck breaks loose throughout the field, or vice versa. You have to be able to position yourself with that fluidity throughout the day.
And the big thing is allies. If you are friends of so many out in this field, you're going to be in a really good position. If you're foe, you're going to be shuffled back. I think Andrew Cootie lost to Darrington Woodworking 4-500 because so many were against him. They weren't working with them. But why was Moss Steller and Drew Jua able to overcome issues and fight back to the front? Trust, and I think trust is also something you must have tonight. How big is it though compared to Daytona Talladega? I think honestly at Daytona you can get stuck in a jam, 2x2, 3x3, can't roll anywhere. Dega, you can make that fourth lane work if you want.
And I think that's why it's more important to get people on your side, because it makes it, while it makes it easier to move forward, it makes it easier to just shuffle around you. You can be going 3-4 wide. I mean, we've seen it, John, go 5 wide at this track and then comfortably come through the turn and go a full lap like that. And when you do that, somebody's going to be the odd man out, and it's going to be so easy to just leave you, and you're going to be going from first, second to maybe 30th in a lap.
That's going to be very interesting to see. You know what's also interesting? You would say, oh, Superspeedway Next-Gen, we saw this in February. There can't be any new concerns, right? Wrong. And I mean, seriously, wrong. Let's start off with the first one. According to drivers, this has become a prominent issue. The engines have been blowing a lot more. Moss Steller lost an engine twice in FP1. A couple drivers, spur of the moment, lost it around 285. They're like, 285? I've been able to push 300 on the oil temps before. That is interesting. Even in NR Night in America recently, we do a truck race at Daytona. Boom, engine blows. Nobody saw it coming. Understanding what the new limit is going to be tough because nobody knows what the new limit is. Some have pushed 305 on the oil temps. Some can't get up to 285. Keep an eye on it because 3x3 stuck in the middle. You can't get any air in that intake. If you're row 2, 3, or 4, yeah, we could see some expensive engines blowing up.
And it's going to be a trial by error thing. They have not all been 43 cars in the pack so far. Somebody is going to unfortunately be the guinea pig on this.
Another big thing, and you saw this even recently at NR Night in America, drivers lagging out. It has become very common. A new rule is in place for this. If you do lag out, you can get your laps back up to 2 down. Used to be 1, we have it down as 2 because when we went to Texas and Daytona recently, drivers were saying they were having internet issues. We notified every single driver to update their graphic drivers, their graphic cards before tonight's race. So yes, in person you'll talk about blowing up and mechanical issues. Compared to that is you getting just a dark screen and wondering where did the racetrack go? Could happen here tonight. And here's the big one that no one has talked about, ladies and gentlemen. We have a cone issue. A cone issue? What do you mean a cone issue? If a driver hits a cone, and this is a running rumor, and it was actually proven recently in a test for the Alabama 500, you hit a cone, you can lag out almost 2 to 5 drivers. Anybody caught hitting the blue, yellow, or green cone on purpose will be given a maximum 2-lap penalty if drivers lag out for it. If they're caught doing it on purpose, and no one lags out and an admin sees it, it's going to be an EOL. Jarrett, thoughts on that?
I mean, you have to do it. You can't just have someone's race ruined because you decided to basically pull a dirty strategy. And if that is the case and it happens, you got to have that maximum penalty put on them.
Talladega has produced the most multi-time NR Night in America winners. They have also had the most first-time winners in NR Night in America. We have a poll up for you all. Do we get a first-time winner tonight, or does someone go for 2, maybe even 3? It's the best time of the night of Countdown to Green, ladies and gentlemen. Play along with us in the chat if you're a member of this YouTube channel. It's time to pick. Jarrett, underdog story. What's it about?
There's so many you can pick. I mean, anyone who's not a favorite is an underdog because of Talladega being that great equalizer. And for me, I looked at a couple different guys. I sent you a couple different guys, but the one I'm looking at is Riker Byram in that 98. He's, again, he's an underdog.
Machine?
The Buc-ee's machine. I mean, how can you not go through Alabama and go to Buc-ee's, right? I like him in this race, and I like him too because he has that confidence as well.
He does. He does have that mojo. I like that pick. I like that pick a lot. But you know what's one that I like just a little bit more? If you're a new viewer of NR Night in America, you don't know his name. But if you watched in 21, you watched in 22, you know the term the Todd, because Zach Attack is back, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Todriff, the Duncan 11. He puts sticks on the side of the car. It's bright. It's going to be recognizable. If you're a hardcore, long-term viewer of NR Night, you have someone to root for. No doubt about it.
I like that pick because he's always up front in these races. There is nothing really holding him back until somebody else's mistake ends up crashing him out. So I do like Todriff as your pick.
Big time right here. Hey, fast forward.
Well, again, you got to look at that mix of who's somebody who's maybe flying under the radar, who's a favorite, who wins all the time, who doesn't. I'm going to go with someone I think is kind of flying under the radar. I've heard some good things about him from different drivers. I've seen people root for him in the chat. Let's go with Rowe on this one.
Ooh, Sean Rowe. Hey,
I think so.
You know what? I don't know why I'm agreeing with you so much on this. It's not a bad pick. You know why? Sean Rowe has shown to be a great next-gen driver in NR Night in America. What's so cool about the e-tickets is we usually take the best drivers from NR Night and put them out there. Some are saying Sean Rowe's too. If you're a next-gen driver, that is a huge pick. It's one of the younger guys in here. I'm looking at the live chat. A lot seem to be agreeing with the picks, but this is where I think we may lose someone, and I may have to explain myself. My fast four. He's got a community event win. He's got a brand new looking Red Bull 97. Give me the big boy and Josh Lilly. I love the scheme. It went in the top 4 picks. It's beautiful. It's electric. It's based off an actual Red Bull can. But what can Josh do big here is the fact that he's been here for a while. Okay, he's been here since 21. He knows this community. He knows the drivers. He's got one community event win. And the fact that Talladega is so unpredictable, you can have all the stats you want on this track, but by the last lap, you really don't know if it's going to be right.
I can get with it a bit because he is, again, another one who's up there. He's not one of the favorites. I don't know if I'd put him as high up, but again, you do have to have that balance. So far, I think we're agreeing with each other little bit too much.
Yeah.
We might agree a little bit on this next one for my 3 pick, but I got to go with some of the favorites here. I got to go with aggression. And I say this every time I pick this guy. He is one of the most aggressive drivers I have ever seen. Give me Justin Champagne. Don Julio might be up there. He is the definition on super speedways of checkers or wreckers.
I'm going to be real with you. I got to hop off the Justin Champagne train. I have to. He has not shown anything in an e-ticket. I'll just throw it right there. The last time he's shown something, bring out the history books because it has not been recent. Kevin Champagne, I'm all for that one right there. Great driver, former e-ticket winner. But Justin, to me, I don't see it. I don't see it. I love the scheme. I see that. But I just don't see him getting up there and holding on.
If there's anywhere to break through, it's Talladega. It's got to be Talladega. I mean, with the aggression, with how much he's up front, you got to think eventually he will break through.
Well, we'll go ahead and see. Here's my number 3. This is the cool one right here. I think this is where we're probably going to disagree.
All right.
There's a running joke in the Discord. When he caused a wreck, it's a drive to deep left field and it's out of here. Because when he tanks out the field, he does he clears the bases. Okay, baseball reference. He clears the bases. I'm going to go Jacob Wilkerson. I think PBR's got a stout field. You mentioned Sean Rowe. I mentioned Zach Todriff. We have yet to mention Jackson Carr. Jacob Wilkerson's in there. I think teamwork is going to make the dream work because if you get about 4 or 5 drivers on the outside lane, it's going to create all that turbulent air on the bottom. If they want to win this race, have it solely based off themselves, they can if they just have it right. That's why I have Wilkerson that high.
Again, I want to believe that he can be one of those guys up there. I really do. I can't see it until he's actually going for the win more often, too.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Here's the big one right here. Top 2, what do you got?
I don't want to go too much of a chalk pick on this one, but I think this is one I have to have him in my Fast 4. He is the most recent winner of an e-ticket event. Give me Daniel Mostower, Mr. Popular. I think that 9 car, that new and improved kind of purplish 9 car, he's going to be going up towards the front. If he's running 3rd on the last lap, you can bet that the 2 leaders are probably going to get passed or wrecked or both.
Ooh.
I mean, hey, he's been aggressive in his wins. I've remembered a lot of his wins, and he's aggressive. And you know what? No apologies for that.
Hey, you know what? He's proved it. I can't argue it. He has proved it.
He's broken through.
But I'm going to prove or talk about someone that's proved it now twice. Not once, twice. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 2, you know him for winning the USA 500, the Florida 500. He's won multiple times in Enter Night in America. I don't think he has gotten very much this year. But when he comes to play, it's all about Mick Weiss. Give me Braden Movick. I doubted him at Michigan, and I looked like a fool. I look like the biggest fool out there, and I realize you can't bet against 42. Tonight, it's going to be all about 42.
I think he's a good pick. Again, as long as something doesn't collect him up. It's very much not of his own doing, the checkers or wreckers part. I do like him being up towards the front, though.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see. Hey, this is it, the home stretch. Who do you have winning this race?
This is somebody I feel like I always end up overlooking. And I don't know why I do, and I think that he deserves his props. I think he will be somebody running up towards the front when it matters tonight. And I think William Schmidt gets the job done. Look at that. I mean,
number 2?
I think he'll be up there.
Number 2.
No,
you think he's going to go? Oh, I know, but going for 2. Remember, he won the first e-ticket event you called here on this YouTube channel.
I think he gets
it. You know what? I like Schmidt because he's the closer. But the problem is, I think there's going to be way too many drivers in between. Matter of fact, my win pick, you know his name if you've watched recently. You know all about the story because you most likely watched it live. Why are e-ticket events so special? From lap 1 to the final, you never know what's going to happen. And nobody knows that more now than Drew Jua, the Speed Racer 5, baby. Give me the Speed Racer 5. Hey, listen, he should have won the Darrington Woodworking Florida 500. He had it checkmate. We can talk about what happened all day, all night, but at the end of the day, he didn't end up the bridesmaid. Unfortunate, but guess what? He knows who's going to race him a certain way. He went from last to first, back to the rear, back to the front. If anybody knows their way in and out of this mean machine of a pack in super speedway racing for Enter Night, it is Drew Jew, and I think that Speed Racer car is going to just give him a little bit more.
I think he could. I really do. I got a question. Can that Daytona race be replicated? Can he do that same thing again in a completely different environment? A lot of the things staying the same, but I don't know just yet if I'd put him as my win pick.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. Let's head trackside. Matter of fact, just hearing in, we're going to see you guys in about 5 minutes because you're going to hear everything about Talladega. But the best part is when we come back, we're qualifying as this 43-car field gets ready to gear up for 500 miles. Welcome to the Alabama 500 as this concludes Countdown to Green.
Talladega, 2.66 miles of guts and glory. So how did we get to this point? From the dawn of the community, this behemoth of a track located in central Alabama became a routine stop for the Enter Night schedule. So when e-ticket events started rolling out, it was no surprise that Talladega would have its time in the limelight. The first NWB 400 took place here and opened the doors to what e-ticket events could be. When it was time to go back, it was clear this track would be a must-watch. The 2022 Geico 500 was the highest viewed Enter Night e-ticket with over 24,000 tuning in and produced the first photo finish in an event of this magnitude. It would end up being Chad's first of two and could have been Mikey's second e-ticket title. Then came arguably the best event NR Night has ever produced, the 2022 Garage Guys 499. The first 112 laps went green without a hitch, but then the beast woke up. Caden Rush would win his first e-ticket, and the demand for Dega looked to never fall. Then came 2023, and surprisingly, an e-ticket never took place here. It was head-scratching, but due to scheduling constraints, Talladega wouldn't see a green flag with the big show. So here we are, April 19th, 2024. 570 days since the last Talladega e-ticket event. New name, new schemes, but the same great NR Night in America. Welcome to the 2024 Alabama 500. Let's talk drivers. Let's talk Daniel Mosteller and Drew Jua. In one of the most iconic finishes, Demos and Jua had the crowd losing it to the finish of the Darrington Woodworking Florida 500. But what do these two drivers have to say heading into Dega after what happened in Daytona?
You know, I look back at the tapes and saw how he raced me in the Florida 500, and today I'm going to make sure that it's not me getting put in the wall, and if push comes to shove, I'm going to be putting somebody else in the wall. We're going to be the first person to cross that line. I know what I have to do. Got to keep my car clean, I race smart, and make sure we're there at the end.
Just got to do a good job of positioning myself just like I did in the 500, and you know, just got to prepare myself for that last lap if I'm on that same position again.
Are you worried about Jua?
No, I'm not. I'm not worried about it. If it happens, it happens.
You're going to go back-to-back?
I know I'm going to go back-to-back. Momentum is on my side. I won the NR Cup Series race here at Dega with the Next-Gen. I won the Florida 500 with the Next-Gen at Daytona. It's all looking to be in my favor.
Will we ever see a driver win 3 e-ticket events and capture the Triple Crown? I wonder what these two-time champions have to say.
The talk ever since the first driver hit 2 was when someone will hit 3. Why do you think it'd be you?
Because I'm the best driver in the field, John. When you think of NR Night in America, the only thing you and everybody else thinks of is the people's champ. I am the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be when it comes to NR Night in America. Ask anyone around.
James Thurston, is Braden Mulvick the best driver?
No.
Whether these other drivers and these viewers accept it or not, love me or hate me, I'm the reason that they watch, and I am the reason that they race. Because they want to be the best, and they want to watch the best.
You have been a pioneer of this community, but most say that your better days were before and not now. What do you say about that?
I say that they're wrong. You look back at a few weeks ago when I won SRX at Daytona, I still show I can get it done. It doesn't matter what car track combo. If that doesn't prove to the fans and to whoever else says that TCB, he's washed, he can't get it done anymore, 2021 was his peak, I'm here to tell you right now that you're wrong.
We have been saying for the longest who will get their 30 ticket win. Do you think today's going to be you?
1000% yes. Whoever else believes that they're going to get it, absolutely not. I've already shown them that I'm still in my prime. I can still win on the biggest stage, can still do it consistently, can still put in results. If I'm there, I'm going to make each one of their lives a big problem.
This track, it's so unique. It will show you what glory looks like. It will have you in position with one to go. But then, when you are just about to reach out and grab victory, it takes it away. This track doesn't owe you anything. It doesn't need you to win. It's high adrenaline from the drop of the green flag till the checkered flag waves. And usually when you least expect it, trouble, turn 3. It takes one mistake out of this 43 car field to end the hopes and dreams of so many. Cinderella's story? Keep an eye on the clock. Midnight's looming. So many stories that may never be published. So many opportunities that will never strike again. This is it. This is now. Welcome to the 21st e-ticket event. Welcome to the 2024 Alabama 500 at Talladega.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome trackside from Talladega Superspeedway. I'm John Ramos, once again alongside Jarrett Lumberg. We'll start qualifying to set your field of 43. First one on the track, that's going to go ahead and be Xander McKinney. You know, we talked about Xander. Jarrett, you mentioned how nice his paint scheme looks.
Oh, yeah.
I have to agree with you. But you know what always makes an e-ticket, in my opinion? Overlays. Andrew Cootie, Vijaya Kumar, Frank Corley, Jacob Wilkerson. As bright as they are on the left side of your screen, they'll be just as bright on track.
I know, and that's one of the best things about these e-ticket events is that these guys do not pull any punches when it comes to getting the best scheme possible. You will know who each of these guys are by the end of the night. Jason Beckman now getting around the track into the tri-oval, getting ready for his lap as well.
Yeah, he's getting ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Under 4 minutes, and they'll be qualifying for the next time, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll continue to look at drivers around. Abraham Vila back in the number 1 machine, the Busch Light. He drove it at Florida. He's back with Alabama, but has a nice bass on the side of that. Crosses the start-finish line. We look around. Me Machine Kenny Real. Why is he in the Me Machine? I'm going to explain it. At the end of the Darrington Woodworking Florida 500, Kenny Real came in the group chat and said, "Yeah, Frank, yeah, that's right, I beat you." You know, and people have been undermining this driver. They've been talking about him, but not in the best light. And I said, you know what, Kenny, if you're going to race in this event, you got to drive the Me car, because if you win, you will fit that story perfectly.
I love it. I love having that kind of confidence going into one of these events. I love having that swagger. It fits this kind of event. Now you look around here, William Schmidt, my win pick for tonight, rolling around down the super stretch, getting into the 180s. Wilkerson, first time on the board. He has the pull.
Barely, but that's the thing about PBR. When they go up, they go up. How about Anthony Burrows, ladies and gentlemen, the driver number 20? So many changes, and they could make it the most winningest number in e-ticket history. What's the most winningest number right now? Number 24. TCB, 2 wins with it. Andrew Cootie, the 2023 500. Jason Beckman rolls around. Chad Thornquist, he's back. Speaking of two-time, we spoke with him earlier there in the Dev Diary. Two-time e-ticket champion, looking for 3. He got his first here at Talladega, driving his Ford. Second, he got driving his Chevrolet. Can the third be in a Toyota?
It could be. I think that he has as good a chance as any out there. By the way, 2 minutes left in qualifying. Abraham Vila does have the pole at the moment, almost a dead tie with Jackson Carr.
Lined up, loaded, Chad Hornish there, rolling around here, the track as well. No surprise by Jackson Carr. I mentioned we'll talk about him earlier. Let's talk about him now. He's always up front at the start, but he just can't get the finish down. Why is that?
I don't know why exactly it might be the start part, but I think it's just that he doesn't have enough partners. He falls back, doesn't make the right move. And I think that's just something that you're going to have to kind of learn over time as you get into these events.
Great crowd at Talladega. More importantly, great crowd watching back at home. We look at the live chat. They're excited. They're on it. We have filed in and packed in this track. And this is what happens when you wait 570 days. We'll remember that next time. But oh boy, the excitement levels have been high for the last 3 to 4 weeks because it is go time. James Thurston, gold number 4. He's won everything NRS thrown at him, but an e-ticket title. Does tonight live the way they want for Ford?
It might. You got to get that good start though. It says currently 10th on the board for him, so not too bad so far into this qualifying run, but he's someone, again, as good a chance as anyone out there. The draft being that equalizer does make it a little more difficult, but I don't see why he couldn't get an e-ticket win tonight. There's only about 7 cars left, by the way, for qualifying as we get in the final 30 seconds.
Tyler Tinsley, 18th. He's sitting on pit road. We'll talk about him in just a moment. Jason Beckman still rolling around. Not seeing a lot of movement out of some guys. Mosteller's parked on the start-finish line, and I exactly know why he did that. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, I blew 2 engines. I don't want to blow a third. We're going to just sit in the back for the start, figure out what the engine limit is, and then we'll be good to go. Top of the board, it's all Chevrolet. Abraham Vila will lead us to the green flag of the 2024 Alabama 500. Jackson Carr, Anthony Burrows will line up right behind him. We'll soon get your full starting order. Are you excited?
Of course. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, why? What kind of question is that, John? I'm excited for this event. You look at the starting lineup on the side. We got the top 20 down to 30th at this point, and you're seeing a lot of favorites qualifying in the back. Probably just wanting to get the good feel out of this. Probably not wanting to get caught up in different stuff. You got some people up front. We talked about Vila and Carr. You also have Burrows and Andrew Cootie starting fourth.
Yeah, this is going to be big. Hey, best part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go through your 43-car field as they grid up. Row 1, Jackson Carr, no surprise here on the front row, but the bow ties have locked it out. They're the most winningest manufacturer in e-ticket history. Last manufacturer in Talladega, Ford, and they went back-to-back.
Row 2, Anthony Burrows, last-minute relief, gets into the top 3, and Andrew Cootie, your 2023 Florida 500 winner.
Row number 3, you got a pair of great drivers. Sergio, a runner-up there in Darrington Woodworking. Jacob Wilkerson, he's going for it all with PBR in the Fame 43.
Row 4, we got Davis Lewis and River Page. We got a Ford lockout, actually, on row 4.
Row 5, this is where it gets exciting. Sean Rowe, the young PBR driver. Zach Todrick, the veteran of PBR. They're lined up, ready to roll.
Row 6, just outside the top 10, Josh Kenyon and Frank Horley. Two guys probably a little bit under the radar going into this race.
Row 7, Josh Lilly, we talked about on Countdown to Green. We also talked about Riker Byram. Hey, West Texas finest. A couple of 90s lined up in that row.
And in row 8, we got Terrell Baker and James Thurston, two of probably the favorites over time when it comes to these e-ticket events.
Row 9, let's get it. Douglas Newbigging in the bow tie and Jumpman Max Steinmeier. All of his paint schemes are based off Jordan Brand shoes. Let's see if they can both get their first e-tickets.
Closing out the top 20, we got Carlos Truther and Contreras, both of which I think could have a breakthrough night tonight.
Row 11, you got it. Chad Thornquist, Tyler Tinsley. Once again, Chad Thornquist going for his third. Tyler Tinsley going for his first as an underdog.
Nice. And in row 12, we got William Schmidt and Kenny Reel. Two guys, again, for different reasons we talked about in the pre-race show.
Row 13, let's get it. Justin Champagne to see if he's popping the bottles. And Christian Delgado, he's flown under the radar for most of Speed Weeks, but the checkered flag will be waving after 188 laps.
Down in row 14, Michael Mitchum and Gavin Austin. Austin, somebody, a bit of a younger driver as well, but has been running up front in these super speedway races.
Row 15, Sierra Clamper, driving the 82, making her second e-ticket start. Won the hearts of so many viewers back at home. Ready to get it done. And Zachary Truhl in the 28. Nice little throwback. You'll see that flying.
Just outside of the top 30, we got Barbagallo and Lane Sanders as well.
Row 17, Jason Beckman on the back of the field looking to make his way forward with Matthew Brower, both looking for their first e-ticket.
Row 18 has Chad Hornish and Xander McKinney, two drivers who as well probably are going to need to make their way up soon.
Row 19, you have Daniel Mosteller, your Florida 500 winner, and Spencer Burns, who led the most laps, I believe, in that event. Both have to come from the back to the front.
And rounding out the top 40, Braden Mubbick, one of the favorites of tonight, starting deep in the field alongside James Bomar.
And finally, row 21, no, not finally, last one, 2x2 before they get that shotgun. Joey Stone and Pramod Vijayakumar, the driver from the north, driving the 46.
And rounding out the field, Will Shack in that 31 Chevrolet.
Well, they lined up. They're loaded, and they're ready to have you all go green with them. We'll see the one to go this time by, ladies and gentlemen, Chevy on Chevy. Road number 1, Toyota on Chevrolet. Road number 2, let's talk about it. Afternoon into late afternoon race. We're going to be ending at golden hour. And guess what? When the sparks fly, you will see it. So let's go ahead and say those magical words. God speed drivers, you are go for throttle up. $43 drivers, 500 miles, $100 on the line, and the 21st e-ticket event. We've had multi-time winners. We've had some that just came out of nowhere and stole a checkered flag. But every e-ticket gives us a story and a reason to get up on our feet. So many watching back at home. So many signed up, the most for an e-ticket event, because when we head to Dega, you know it's going to go down. Half a lap, Jarrett. I got the goosebumps.
Same. I mean, and the thing is, you're only riding around right now around 70 miles an hour. You get these guys rolling around 190, 200. Get them all up in that pack. Those goosebumps are only just going to intensify. And that's not just for us watching here in the booth. That's not for just you watching at home. That's for these drivers as well. The intensity, half a lap away from ratcheting up.
You want to know what the highest top speed was in final practice? 209.
Woo!
That was around golden hour. They're going to be giving it their all. Crowd getting ready to go on their feet as we say hello and welcome to all the viewers back at home. You're watching Enter Night in America live on the IDK Player YouTube channel for the 21st e-ticket event. I'm John Ramos alongside Jared Lundberg, and you won't miss the action. We're going to take you lap for lap all the way to that final flag that waves, that being the checkered flag. Crowd on their feet. This is the moment you've waited for. Welcome back to Central Alabama. Welcome back to Talladega. The pace car makes the hard lap down pit road, and the story will start writing as we all stand up and sing Sweet Home Alabama and light the fuse from Talladega. Jackson Carr, early lead on the outside.
2 by 2, we already have some bailing out of the pack. High side gets the run down the super stretch. Carr has the track to himself out front.
That was River Page that said goodnight. He's going to slot in about 7-8 rows back. Inside Abraham Vila, not getting it going. Andrew Cootie and Jackson Carr, they've worked really well in times past. They're getting ready to work well now. Jacob Wilkerson sitting back in third.
3 Chevys rule the field at the moment. Another one going out of the pack. That's Horley. Top 3 single file, 3 wide for 4.
Who wants to lead lap 1? It goes to Jackson Carr in the Chevrolet. Chevy, top 3. Zach Tondreff under a blanket, sits 3 wide with Frank the Tank on the outside.
Nobody really bailing too far out, but those top 3 pulling away 3, 4, 5 car lengths ahead of the 3x3.
And you don't see this often. We talked about it in Countdown to Green. You're going to see drivers doing everything from the 3 wide race in the single file, but just as quickly as you thought you could pull away, Frank Horley arrives on the scene. He shoots to the bottom.
And he has Truther with him as well. Going for the race lead down low are 2 cars versus the pack.
Team T on top, both in a separate manufacturer Ford Toyota downstairs. Jackson Carr, Andrew Cootie on the outside. Horley goes for a swipe. Wilkerson in the bottom, toe-to-toe back to the start-finish line.
Aggressive moves early on, but now 2 dominant lines. Truther and Horley side by side. Looked like Truther might have got that one.
Yeah, I think he got it just barely. So Toyota gets a nice glimpse of what they want at lap 188. But we're just working lap 3. Byram up to 13th, Contreras up to 12th. Anthony Burrows, he's been around the shuffle, but he hasn't really done it that much. He's in the 8th, 9th position, dropping back to 10th. Carlos Truther leading the field of 3.
Incredibly aggressive blocking early on, but it keeps Truther out in front. Wilkerson down low with Todriff, though, trying to get the run.
Let's talk about Carlos Truther. This is a driver, when he first arrived on the scene, nobody liked him. And I'm going to say that because we know what happened in the duels in the NWP 400. He downshifted at a super speedway. That's not a joke, but guess what? August was August, and April is now. Truther leads lap 3.
Might not be for long. A lot of moves being made through the pack. Wilkerson trying to lead that second lane up towards the top. He's got Mitchum.
Man, they came to play in a hurry already. 3 by 3 by 3. You got to go maybe 4 or 5 rows deep. Horley says goodbye, puts Ford in the middle. Truther bails out to the inside.
And he's going to fly towards the back of this pack. Up front, Jackson Carr with the push from Cootie. On the high side, has the race lead, but here comes Horley down low.
Michael Mitchum to 6, Justin Champagne to 5th, maybe now back to that 6th position. Wilkerson bails top to pick up a PBR teammate, and the Team T Alliance has dissipated. PBR back top of the board.
And now he's going to have a few more with him, but down low, it's getting that run generated back up, but they're falling even further into the top 10.
Look at that, 197, that's Cootie back there in 3rd, and I don't think he's really mashing the throttle. You see him having to lift in the center before he possibly runs in the back end of Jackson Carr. 2 machines on the bottom, Michael Mitchum, heck of a swipe to the back end of the Ford. Worley keeps it in the right direction.
5 laps in, and we're already showing this aggression. 3 wide through the pack again, though that middle line is backing up. High side has the run as we go.
Well, hello, Mr. Pioneer. TCB's arrived on the scene. He's up to the 7th position. We've shuffled the deck more in this race than I think we've seen at any intermediate all year in NR night. From the back to the front, lap 1 is now so different than lap 5. Jacob Wilkerson leads this one.
But all the way back to Contreras in 8th. That top side is trying to basically control this race. TCB not letting that happen. He's down low. Justin goes with him, getting the run up front.
It pays to be a veteran. When Baker dropped to the bottom, Justin Champagne said, I'm going to go with you, and we're going number 1. Pop the bottles because Justin Champagne's come to play. He's dialed in for the lead at turn 3.
Side by side in 3 and 4. It's Wilkerson with the slight advantage going out of 4.
Andrew Cootie back to 6. Josh Lilly up to 9. Barbagallo now arrives on the scene in 10th. This is racing at Talladega. We went 3 wide. We peaked 4 wide. We saw single file. They're 2 by 2 to the line, and Jacob Wilkerson will pick that one up just barely heading to 1.
And into 1, that high side does have more cars. It's better organized, but Champagne, Baker, they are not giving up without a fight. Actually, Champagne has the lead.
We haven't seen a lot of slam drafting. There's Josh Kenyon. He's pulling to the back end of the number 25, but it's so much so far has been orderly. No one going overly crazy. Wilkerson outside. Jackson Carr is going to leave a PBR teammate. That's a surprise. Usually they have 3 or 4 on the outside to generate a possible turbulent air situation. Carr with Champagne.
And he is running this pack right now on the bottom, but still falling back. Cootie with the big push to Wilkerson. He's got Thurston with him.
Crowd on their feet once again. The STP 43 leading. What year is it? 2024. Bomar to the inside. You saw him blink once, maybe twice. He's come to play, but Wilkerson will shut the door.
And now that high side at a bit of a disadvantage. Wilkerson down on the bottom leads that pack off. Here comes Thurston up high. He's going to leave Cootie.
And nearly put the 4 up into the outside wall. Maybe just an inch, maybe more. Who's arrived as well? Here comes Davis Lewis. Daniel Moss, stellar. Look at this stat. From the back to the front in just 8 laps, currently now sitting around the 11th position.
And around him you see that 24 is on an island. He is alone as they race up towards the front. Demos, you see him on screen coming up towards the front as well, but these top 2 tandeming away.
Jacob Wilkerson is loving this. Nothing but machines in his mirror. He's staying up front. I talked to most drivers before this race, and the big thing they talked about was, I don't want to be in the middle. I want to be up front. If I'm not up front, I better be so far back they look like dots in my windscreen. Bomar left out to dry. Barbagallo to the inside. He had Champagne. Champagne will now bail as Wilkerson climbs the banking of 3.
And you're seeing about a 30 or so car pack, and then another pack who's kind of giving them more distance, trying to stay out of this because you see the aggression. You see the lane changes already. Even 2 by 2, it's starting to get sketchy.
Who's 2 drivers we talked about being up front early? That was being Frank Horley and the other driver, Carlos Struther. They're friends, they're allies, but in these last 2 events early on, they look to be foe. Horley has left Truther out to dry twice now in the opening laps of an e-ticket. As quickly as he was first, he is now back in 26.
Which might be the smart move. This top 25 still dicing it up. There you see Braden Mubbock not making his way too quickly towards the front, but in that main pack.
Yeah, he knows he has a fast piece. He can ride around. New leader at Talladega, Josh Kenyon. How many lead changes have we had? I mean, we're looking at already 5, 6. We could be approaching 7 soon, just within 10 laps of this race.
But behind these two, Jaws' theme is starting back up. Daniel Mosteller up to the 3rd position. You see him beside Wilkerson.
Chevy. It's a General Motors daydream up front as they're lined up 2 by 2. You got a Ford and Toyota kind of just scattered through it all. But man, GM has come to play. Here comes Toyota, outside lane, Justin Champagne.
Yeah, and Wilkerson goes down to the bottom, picks up that line, but Champagne driving away, TCB moving him out towards the front. He can make a move if he wants.
Well, this is exciting. This is what we love. This is Talladega, but I want to give a big shout out to someone that's helping us out. On your screen, you see a logo that says Tin Can Sim Racing Designs. Tyler Tinsley is holding the pot for tonight's race. What I mean by that, you win, you get a prize pool. Tyler Tinsley, Sim Racing Design. I'm going to say it, the best designer on iRacing, period. You see that 75? You want to have a scheme made by him? Go look up Tin Can Racing Designs or at Tyler Tinsley in the Discord. Link to that is in the description below.
Off turn 2 now, down the super stretch. It's Baker, it's Champagne, and now it's Thurston giving the push. Again, that high side keeps getting a huge run off these corners, but now looking behind him, here comes Cootie.
Most of these drivers are really 16 seconds between each other. I go back to Pravi Richard. This is what, Group 3 back there? Kenny Reel, Tyler Tinsley, they're off on their own. Oh, poor Will Shack. All the way back in 43rd, he has lost the draft. If this is Daytona, they're cheering for him. How do I know that? Because I did at the Daytona 500 when AJ Allmendinger was about 16, 17 seconds off. It's not doom and gloom, but we don't have stages. You lose more than 1 lap, you're going to be stuck in some serious trouble.
And while Thurston is flying around this track at near 200 miles an hour, that car of Will Shack, he's going to lose probably 3-4 seconds a lap. This pack will catch up to him if they don't crash first.
Man, Justin Champagne was on a miscue there and almost turned Contreras into the inside wall. Luckily, the Toyota is disbanded, and now they're back 2 by 2. We have already seen every era of racing of the Superspeedway side in NASCAR. Single file, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. Well, we haven't seen the 4 by 4 yet, but it is soon to come. New leader, James Thurston.
And he is now going to be, well, taken out of the lead because now it's Contreras getting the run up top to bottom, then back to the top again. Oh, and he gets really loose. Lewis right up on his bumper.
Man, they're running on that ragged edge. Just controlled chaos up front. 3 by 3 by 3 again. Wilkerson in the middle. Contreras on the outside. Up to nearly 200 miles per hour. Still lap 14, but they're getting at it.
It's lap 14. There's not 14 to go, but they're racing like it is. It's now up front, Wilkerson and Contreras. Contreras all over the place, looking like Kyle Busch out there.
Now, the big worry is here, if you're on the outside lane and they have an incident in the middle of the corner, drivers like Michael Mitchum, Josh Lilly, and Lane Sanders might as well start packing the bags when you see smoke, because usually from what goes down, in this case, is going to head back up the banking. Up front, Jacob Wilkerson leads. But here's the big thing. It looks scary. It looks daring. You're on the edge of your seat just watching these guys race. The last e-ticket event at Talladega, 112 laps green. They were racing just like this from the drop of the green flag.
Well, someone who's racing that aggressively and moving forward is Sean Rowe, going for the race lead up top. The push from Bomar.
I think Spencer Burns is the first lag out of the race. He is 1 lap down. We're going to get a notification here soon on him. On pit road, out of it, see ya. He's allowed to come back in, but another thing we talked about, internet. It's going to be a big toll.
And here we go. We already have our first lap car of the day. These guys dicing it up too wide. That's probably good at this moment. And they are flying up to that car.
That might be, no, that is not Will Shack at all. That's Burns. No, that's Spencer Burns. There he is.
and watch this pack swallow him up, and you're going to see guys get stuck behind him too. He held up the pack. They're 4 wide out of 2.
Oh, man, that's tight. Really, really tight. They're actually up into the outside wall. Horley gets into Lewis. Here comes Champagne, squeezes it 4 wide again.
They're still 4 wide. They've finally gotten through it. You got 2 guys in the middle. I believe that would have been Lewis and Horley into each other, the 2 and the 12. They get it sorted out, though, single file up front.
Man, this racing is great. Sean Rowe, new race leader. I'm going to talk about Burns just for a moment here. Led nearly, or should we say the most laps to the 4 to 500. Now it's in a different scenario, 2 laps down. How do you come back from this?
You got to hope this aggressive driving leads to a few people getting taken out, a few cautions, get those laps back with the lucky dog. You're the only one off the lead lap as we run, and another stack up towards the front. And you're seeing the lane changes again. Rowe blocking heavily, and he's got Cootie and Wilkerson behind him, going back to the 2 laps down for Burns.
I think they want to calm it down here. 4 wide, that's scary. 3 wide, doable.
Yeah.
But you don't want to take yourself out on lap 17 when you've looked nearly a full month to this event. Here comes Champagne to the outside, picks up Frank Horley. Oh, you saw that? Horley thought about leaving him out to dry. Why is that? I don't think that too respects the 38. You know, if it was Carlos Truther with how vocal he's been, he would have left him out to dry. That's the big thing. You need to have friends, not foe.
Oh, contact.
And Andrew Cootie holds on to the lead.
Contact between Cootie and Champagne. There's no love lost between those 2 drivers, and they're still racing beside each other, but Cootie clears him.
That's another one that's been very vocal. Justin Champagne to Andrew Cootie. You can go back to even last year of some of the things that were said. No love lost. I would say respect. There's definitely respect out of the drivers in the field, but are they best friends? You won't see them taking photos together anytime soon. But Andrew Cootie, someone that a lot have had written off, is leading on lap 18.
Now in the pack, some might question, whoa, there's a good move there by Kenyon. Champagne almost turns himself off the bumper of the 12, but some might ask, why is that 06 racing up there with the lead guys? Well, you get a lap back here and they crash behind you, all of a sudden, he's right back on the lead lap.
And that's the big thing. You can't just wait around for a stage. You're not going to find it, but you can get back up there and lead. Spencer Burns has done that before. I don't think he's really done it recent, but if someone knows how to get back up there and make something work, it will be that 06.
Cootie, Wilkerson, Rowe. Those are your top 3 on the bottom. You've got Kenyon and Champagne trying to go after him, but instead it's going to be Wilkerson using the draft of a lap car to gain the lead.
Will Shack, I got worried for a moment. I was like, wow, Wilkerson went low, but the next driver to go a lap down goes on the apron. Applaud right there. We have to applaud that as a lap machine. Understand that the pack is coming in front of you. Make it 2 drivers at least 1 lap down. Watching a lot up front, Sean Rowe, new race leader. How many have we had? We may have to have someone in the chat count this and just start spamming it.
Yeah,
because this may break the record for the most lead changes in an e-ticket event.
Yeah, for those in the chat, do it. Count how many lead changes this has been, because Cootie is up front as we run, but now Rowe is going to get the run up top of the push from Contreras, and here's Lilly now pushing at 24 again.
Red Bull is up front here to play. Even Josh Lilly wants a piece of the lead. There's Mitchell. There's Barbagallo, and way back is just
Cootie.
the conga line.
Down on the bottom. He
What
got
a
turned.
save by the 24.
He saved it. There were some others up there. You got a big stack up out of it. Rowe with the lead out of that ordeal. But down low, Lilly with the push from Kenyon.
Let's go quickly check on what exactly unfolded coming down off turn number 4. It was quick. It was spur of the moment. We'll see it down the backstretch. There's Andrew Cootie on the inside. There's Josh Lilly lined up with them. Maybe a bumper hook. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it was. Lilly just got right in the rear end. Now, that is a veteran driver. Yep. Unreal. Yep, and he's all the way towards the back half of the field.
I don't blame him, because they are 3 by 3 by 3 throughout this pack up front. It's well past the top 20. They're doing this kind of racing. Horley now jumps out with the lead.
You can't look away from Frank Horley. For the newcomers that have come in, e-ticket events started in June of 2021. Frank Horley won the first ever one. It was the Dynaco 400. Driving the number 21. He's in the 2, and he's letting it roll.
The chat is saying that we are already at 15 lead changes, 22 laps in. Wilkerson now the leader. Look at Rowe making the top-to-bottom elevator move to the bottom.
Yeah, he's there, and it lines in with a stout driver. Now, Jacob Wilkerson's already led 8 of 22 laps, but being the leader at one point, that is the big case scenario. James Bomar is blinking, and I mean blinking a lot. If he continues it, they'll give him an L1 penalty. Under green, that means go tail end into the longest line or tail end of the pack. Keep it on the 15. It continues. He may be out of the hair of everyone up inside the top 10.
You're seeing a lot of veterans in this race that are hightailing it to the back. They know that you cannot race like this forever. Up front, Bomar with the push from Carr, gaining the lead, coming to the line. He's going to clear.
Let's talk about the drivers in the back. This is Davis Lewis, 19th. This is TCB in 25th. Matter of fact, we'll keep the stats up for you of how much they've moved around. Haven't talked about Douglas Newbigging. He has cracked the top 20 at one point, now in 17th. Here's River Page, Drew Jew at the tail end. Oh, he's having blinking issues as well. And then all of a sudden, you got to go back to Chad Hornish in 36. They're just now climbing the banking at turn 1.
And another lead change up front. Champagne right ahead of Bomar and Mitchum. They're 3 wide throughout the pack again. He gets shuffled, and Bomar has the lead once more.
Yeah, they're going to continue to look at it. We could be hearing a penalty soon on the 15. Wilkerson to the outside, Rowe on the bottom, still tucked in with Jackson Carr.
To the line, Bomar, Wilkerson, bottom and top coming to it. It's going to be Bomar for now. Run with these two, but you see up top, Contreras looks to be set out to dry.
And they've all now crunched back in. Carlos Struther wasn't in the top 20 at all. Now he's arrived on the scene. Truhl has arrived as well. Delgado. How long can they keep this up? Because we saw 3 wide, we saw 4 wide. I think when Andrew Cootie got tagged, then it was the wake-up call. Okay, hold on. It's still early. Justin Champagne 4 wide. Hold on. It's still early. It's only been a reality check for about 3 to 4 laps. And then all of a sudden, you're 3 wide. Yes, it is. About 4 rows deep.
See that thing? Another blink there from Bomar, but up front, Mitchum with the lead. I don't know if you can make this last the entire run. I mean, we're in the second half of a fuel run at this point. Mitchum grabs the lead on that one at the line. You just see this aggression. It's building up through the pack. Look at these lane changes from the wall down to the yellow line, and this has not been a new thing. They've been doing this since the green drop.
The big thing is, during all the free practices that we've had for the last couple of weeks, it's been finding the limit of what you can do on shoving, pushing, slam drafting, side drafting. I don't think very many were practicing coming onto pit road because of Darrington Woodworking 4 to 500 almost had a green flag pit stop after every other sequence. Well, here we are. Spencer Burns nearly turning the 24 of Andrew Cootie. Pit road, it's going to be wide open shortly.
It is, but now you're seeing again that 18 is just changing lanes nonstop. You're seeing guys go up towards the top now. They have to run. You look back from Wilkerson and down low. It's a 2-car draft between Delgado and Carr.
I love James Thurston here up there in 6th. Let's talk about him. Last couple of times we've gone to Talladega, they say he has a lucky horseshoe because when there's a big one, he somehow gets through it. If he wants his first E-ticket win, I think his best shot is going to be here.
I do think it is, but now you got to look, at least in this moment, that bottom line is getting the run on him. Those top 4, yeah, they got out in front for a little bit. You see Wilkerson picking up Carr down in the bottom, and he is going to the back with that line. They're now even once more. Who's going to make that move to make it 3 wide? Justin Champagne is that guy.
Look at Cootie up the gut and into Thurston. Forces him wide. Champagne had to lay out the throttle. Man, Burrows, hold on to it. They're giving us one heck of a show.
Mitchum wasn't clear, but it made it fun. They made it
Josh Lilly, there he goes. Does he save it? Yes, he does. Kenyon mows the lawn, keeps it pointed in the right direction. Wow. I can't believe it.
I can't believe they saved that, but that is going to spread this pack out a little bit. Those front runners are pulling away. They're going to have to bring it all back together or risk losing that main pack.
Let's watch back on what we just saw. Omar, I think Beckman came down. There's a little bit of netcode. And Bomar, I think, having internet issues actually saved him from not going around. and now they single file. You can expect green flag stops soon.
There's got to be green flag stops, and you just got to try and keep everything together. Try and stay with that main group. But the fact that they all saved that, you felt your heart leap for a moment going through.
There's too many cars behind them.
They're still going 3 wide up towards the front.
This is NR night. If it happened in the past, it is now officially the past, which means now is now, and Cootie is ready to drop back. Finds James Thurston. We're going to catch our breath for just a moment and analyze what's going on while the pack still races like it's maybe 10 to go. Bomar to the back end of Contreras. Horley then arrives on the scene. It's still about now 15 drivers deep, and guess who's leading? The STP 43 of Jacob Wilkerson.
But Beckman's been flying up there and flying to the bottom, and Champagne goes for second, has Wilkerson down low. What a move, 4 wide through 2.
Toyota topside lined in, Bomar kisses the wall. Contreras, the roller coaster ride off exit, brings top of the board for the M&M's Camry. Wilkerson to second, car below the line.
Cootie
goes around, and that's going to bring out the first caution.
Oh man. How many e-tickets at these super speedways has it been where Cootie ends up being the first caution in some way?
I don't know.
It's becoming common.
But they did that for 29 laps straight.
I mean, we're seeing the replay on our screen, 4 wide through the pack, 30 laps into this race.
You know, people say, what makes an e-ticket an e-ticket? Watch the first 29 laps of the 2024 Alabama 500. You expect that with 30 to go, not early on.
How was that not a big one either? But what, 2 cars involved? Maybe
something
3?
like that. And Tricudi, a quick blink out. Josh Kenyon can catch his breath. Let's watch back and dial up what happened. But oh boy, Andrew Cootie, he thought that could have been in. It's Spencer Burns going for the same real estate.
Yeah, I don't think he even saw him there, but I mean, Cootie, I think, had the ground, at least from that angle, but at that point, you're just not saving it. It's going around.
And you could say, whoa, he's a lap car, but Spencer Burns is fighting to get back into a wave around position. This is going to now go to Will Shack. But look at this. Barbagallo sees it. TCB got a piece of it in the left front. Now, the great thing is the next gens, they're really disposable. You can tear stuff up, put new stuff on. He's going to be fine. Barbagallo is the one I want to watch because he had just a window full of one driver, Andrew Cootie, and it did not look pretty whatsoever. Let's go watch back. Go check the speeds out, by the way. That's its live speed. Want to check it. This is around 190 in the middle of the corner. This is a chess match.
A chess match mixed with roulette. I mean, that's really what this is. You watch up front, there's Cootie in that red car. He's going around, and this...
Heads up, man. That is huge. Ooh. He just got it on the nose, but I don't think it's going to be race ending. But did you see how quickly he checked up? That's how focused they are. As a viewer, you can go get popcorn, use the restroom. They can't. They have to be focused for 500 miles straight. And I'm telling you right now, Barbagallo was looking out at La La Land like he's on cruise control. He could have lost it.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse than what it was, so shout out to them on that. You look up front, Spencer Burns, he's going to get the wave around. He did not come to pit road. Pravi Richard, Jacob Wilkerson, that means Burns will be forced to pit if we don't get a caution right off the gun. This is a risk he is willing to take. So 31 laps in. Wow. I have to say it again, we can catch our breath. Because that was 500 miles worth of action the first 30 laps. How about a quick shout out to the viewers? Eric W. gifting 5 memberships. Zach Attack, VIP Pass. Eric W. Champions Club membership. Jefferson Manchild, a $10 super chat and a $5 super chat. I have 40 wins, a $1 super chat. Sputtermount, $2. Xavier Brown Racing, $10. Eric W. gifted membership. Cautions mean one thing. We will be shouting you out throughout the entire race. And how about a big shout out to the live chat? They have been enjoying this. There's just something about e-ticket events. Matter of fact, there's something even more about e-ticket events at a super speedway that say, my night is booked. I'm watching lap 1 to lap 188.
I mean, this race proves it already. We're 31 laps in, and we're both already trying to catch our breath by just how much racing we saw. I mean, I don't know, chat, where the lead count is at the moment. Last time I looked over, before you couldn't look away at any point from the screen, was 17 in the first one.
17.
25 laps. I mean, you do that the entire race, you're breaking every record on the books. I mean, every other lap. It was kind of like watching a mix of the 2010 Talladega race and the Bristol race we saw earlier this year in Cup. That's what it looked like. It was just constant shuffling of the leaders.
Well, it's dangerous out there. We'll give him that, but we'll also give you the one to go, ladies and gentlemen. Probably Richard Jacob Wilkerson will now be the front row. I don't think Prav pit. If he did, he definitely did not take tires. But this is the big time right here. Now you know as a driver, there is no downtime. You ever been in a long road trip? Yes, you have. You're from the Midwest. Of course you have. I'm at a 15-hour road trip, and when you're at like hour 8, you're sitting there like, well, I didn't just start. I didn't just finish. When are we going to get to the area where it's like, okay, I'm almost at the conclusion? It's not like that here. It's a party from lap 1 to lap 188.
It very much is, and I'm looking at some of these guys in the pack, and you've got different players up towards the front. Look at Demos up to 9th, Burrows 12th, Champagne back in 14th. You know he'll want to make some moves up towards the front. Rowe was running up front, leading this race, 20th position on the racetrack. So you're looking at a huge shuffling of the deck and a lot of people with probably a lot of different plans.
I'm looking through this pack to see how much they've shuffled out. Douglas Newbing is the outlier here. He's really stayed 17th on back, but look at Barbagallo, lowest 33rd, highest 2nd. Let's pick another driver, TCB, lowest 37th, highest 3rd. Andrew Kudian, 41st, lowest 42nd, highest 1st, and he's getting on the track before we go green.
And you just...
Robbie Richard, 43rd to 1st.
Good Lord, it's you have to watch this whole thing because you don't know what will happen. Someone you think is wrecked out on lap 32 might just be the winner.
Well, let's try it again. It's back to Chevrolet on Chevrolet for row 1. You have the Toyotas now mixing row number 2. Thurston, Beckman, Bomar, Jackson, Carr as we go back underway from Talladega. Bomar, Beckman, the mass migration to the outside.
And that top side is not wasting any time getting rid of the 46 either. Up there, up at the top, Contreras grabs the lead with a push from Wilkerson.
Man, and a huge shove. But Jaya Kumar said goodbye. He is outside the top 5 already. Mosteller climbs up to 6. William Schmidt's up to 12. Toyota, Chevrolet, Toyota, your fast 4. Aladam Contreras is someone nobody talks about much unless we're going to Michigan. You know what they call him? And this is not a bad thing. They call him the Michigan Merchant because every time you go there, you know he's going to be in contention. Can we add Talladega to that mix?
We might. I mean, he's on the right track as we run because he is leading the train and it's leaving the station. Huge line up top, only a couple down low. You're seeing that movement through the pack. First one to go out, Demos.
And he's got no help whatsoever for about 2 to 3 rows. But Jaya Kumar is there, and I guarantee he's going to slam the back end of the 9. I see this as short-term loss, long-term gain.
Oh, man, he almost went around down to the inside wall, bouncing off of the racetrack, and now he's got to get back up before 3.
Oh, man. Well, short-term loss, long-term loss. Let's give it that one, and he is way back now with Josh Kenyon.
Wow, but they keep it green. Top 10 or so, single file up towards the front. 46 is flying backwards. No one really making a move just yet through the trial.
The big thing here is now they're adding a lot of turbulent air to that inside lane because they're all single file on the top. I think that is a big, big rookie mistake out of Jaya Kumar. Let's talk about him first. He took an event. He talked about it. He was a little bit nervous, but also very excited. He didn't hit the 9 square. Demos went down there because, you know, with the amount of speed probably was bringing, it should be enough to generate all that kinetic energy back to the 9, and they're moving forward. The only problem is if you don't hit him square, you're saying goodbye.
And here we go again. 3 wide in the pack. You're seeing guys bail in and out, but they're starting to get those aggressive moves once more. That 46 probably going forward, but through the pack, they are just racing hard.
Hard racing indeed, you see it. Still Jacob Wilkerson lined up in second. Aladam Contreras, your race leader. Jason Beckman, now he's back there in fourth. James Bomar has not fixed the blinking issue, and you can see why Horley wants to jump out of the way.
And you're seeing a lot of different shuffling through the pack. You're seeing another blink through there a little bit, just pushing everything to its limit. You're seeing guys dip out of the middle line down low. Now Wilkerson goes up to block that 46 car. Top four, get a line, and now another move.
Ravi inside, that's the game plan right there. Won't we just, saying goodbye. He doesn't want to race up front. He's going to slide to the inside, passing the Joey Stone machine and others. But just like that, a driver that was going for the lead bails out, wants to wait till lap 188.
Shout out to Joey Stone, up in the top 10 to 12 or so. He was all the way back in 41st or so before that caution. You're seeing these bottom two lines, because of that, have to go a little further back because of that move of the 46, I should say. Up front, top 7, lining it up.
Oh, big time, just like that. It happens so quickly, and that's why I say it's like a chess match. If you are not in the position you want to be early in this race, it's because you moved the wrong pieces on the board. Truther to the inside, but he's blinking. Do you want to go with him if you're Sean Rowe? Absolutely not. And I think Jason Beckman is stuck down there with him. Keep that in mind. Look at your pieces, look at the drivers in front, and make the decision. There's a reason why Jacob Wilkerson has not left the top spot. Maybe losing it now. Contreras downstairs.
Yeah, he goes in front of Rowe, and Speed Racer Drew Jua giving the push down on the bottom. 18:43 to the line, looking like Contreras is going to lead it this time, but here comes Wilkerson again with a huge push.
Oh man, they're moving. Delgado to 8, Truther to 9. Two machines blinking up front, and they're saying they got to get out of the pack. Both Truther and Bomar. Internet issues. It's not on our end, it's definitely on the drivers. It's so tough to take this pack up front with how much G's and the threads you're ripping off the CPU. But for Jacob Wilkerson and Michael Mitchum, this is what they want to see. Mistakes in their mirror, not up in front of them.
And there's really no huge run generating out. I stand corrected. The 18 getting the big run. Contreras 4 wide off a 4 into a round. Huge wreck. Everyone around through the middle of the pack.
That's Carlos Truther, Delgado, Truel. I believe Davis Lewis got a piece of it as well. Caution waves for the second time, working lap 38.
And there's a lot of cars, I think, a bit more damaged than that first smaller incident. We'll see the replay in a moment. Wow. You see the Bucky's machine on the bottom barely moving. He got collected in that one, right with Byram. Unbelievable. You got others who are coming out of the pits who came down through there. Yet others who basically pulled to a stop.
Let's go check the replay. This is on the backstretch. I think they thought what they did early on could last for much longer. Watch right here. Blink behind. I believe that was Carlos Truther. Drew Jua even had a blink. They're informing me Jua, Truther, Bomar, tailing along this line. If they're caught up front blinking again, L2 penalty. Not sure that's the reason for the wreck, but I wouldn't be surprised if it could have to deal with drivers seeing it and trying to avoid it.
So the 6th there, Delgado got into the wall. That's why we went 4 wide. Schmidt went underneath, and it just all come together off of the corner here.
That's a racing incident.
Yeah, Schmidt and Truel get together, and that's what takes out the 6 and right into the pack.
You see Truther got nailed in the right rear.
Champagne's in it.
Chad Thornquist, I mean, just ate the left rear of the number 6. Look at the 50 and all the damage here.
Well,
Clamper.
Did Davis?
Oh, we saw that late. Moss Steller was just involved with Douglas Newbing. I think Doug may be out of the race.
That's a lot of damage. I want to see if we can see a replay. Did Davis Lewis miss that? He was right in the middle of it, but I don't know if we got a ton of damage or hits on his car.
He definitely went around. No, yeah,
he did. There's a lot of cars I think they're going to be taken out of this one. A lot of heavy hitters caught up in this wreck. That's why the safest place to be, while not 100%, but the safest place to be is right up front.
Let's go ahead and watch on board with Davis Lewis. I talked about everyone's reaction time being fairly quick.
So he's right there with Byram. So See, it sets off right about here. If he doesn't make that move just
he
a minute
didn't
ago.
break at all, though. Look at that. He just threw Chad Thornquist in there. His first reaction when he saw smoke was to yank the wheel down instead of slam on the brakes. He almost picked off Joey Stone.
He did, but if he doesn't make that move, or he decides, well, let's wait till outside the corner, he's not in that wreck. He has the bottom to go right underneath.
Well, things are interesting, and it's those split-second decisions. We can analyze it for about 5-10 minutes without a problem. But for these drivers, you have to make a decision right then and there because, let's be honest, you hesitate on any decision, you're just going to go out there and wreck, and that's exactly what we saw. So, checking it.
Question. Does Burns, did he pit or not? I don't think he did. He got the wave around to 1 lap down. Was he the only one a lap down? Because if so, we'd be back on the lead lap with the lucky dog.
We're looking. I don't see him. And oh my goodness, what?
He's back.
You know, he is a gambling man. I've seen Spencer Burns do wild things and put wild parlays up. But that right there is putting all your money on one number in roulette, and it just somehow hit. He is back in this race.
It might say 4-0 on the top of our lap counter, but for him, it's lap 0 going to lap 1. It's a new race for that 06, and now a good amount of his competition has been taken out in that as well.
And the drivers have been notified they have to fix it.
Demos out of the race. All the damage.
He's
not done.
Yeah.
He's not done.
He's not done.
I thought he said he was done for a second. I'm like, okay, I don't know why there's fire on that one, but not done. 9 cars still in this race. There's a lot of them on pit road trying to get repairs.
There's Delgado. I believe most of the drivers that were the root causes of the wreck, even though it was a racing incident, are forced to the tail end anyways because they're involved in the wreck. Working lap 41 of 188, we're going to get the one to go. But that's now 2 cautions early in this running. They looked like they wanted a wreck right away. They didn't, and then when it finally came around, a caution brew, another caution. We're in the situation we're in now.
Will Shack was alone on an island. Now all of a sudden, 13th position on this restart. It just proves you can be anywhere during this race and then shuffle back up front or right back down.
Heck of a crowd watching back at home. We all know you want to see that checkered flag, so we'll be ready to go ahead and give it to you all here shortly. Working lap 41 of 188. This is the Alabama 500 live on the IDK Player YouTube channel as we get ready to go green.
Wilkerson, Mitchum, Rowe, Contreras, Carr. Those are the fast 5 up towards the front. And
Let's talk about Contreras.
Yeah.
What? Unbelievable. He's up there in 4th. And you look at Daytona, he ran well at the end. He was not there at the start. I don't know, man. I think this is an underdog story waiting to brew. But the big thing about underdog stories at Talladega, most of them never get that final page written. For Contreras, this is going to be one heck of a shot.
Again, the aggression is there. It just has to be harnessed the right way. He just has to make the right moves. Being up in the 2nd row, that's a really good place to be this early on.
Here's an update. Spencer Burns just messaged me. No, we do not advise you to text and drive. He said, watch me, I'm going to the front right now, and he seemed very aggressive in that text. So the aggression levels, if you're worried about them falling, I don't think they're falling. If you're worried about them staying around, I think they're staying around. Working lap 41 to lap 42, another restart here in the Alabama 500 at Talladega. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg as we're back underway from the Superspeedway of the South.
A lot of shuffling early on back in the pack, and you're seeing this big run. Wilkerson out front with Mitchum. Now Contreras top side again. Gets the numbers on this restart.
I'm not surprised here that PBR is working together. So what's PBR? You can include them as Beckman, Contreras, Wilkerson, Carr, Zach Tondriff, and a couple of them else are scattered throughout this field. But already 3 wide and embracing. top side, Braden Movick. Haven't talked about him all race. He's lined up with Justin Champagne.
And there's Mostauer back there, alive and well. And through the pack now, 4 cars, 3 wide in the middle. Up front, though, top 6 trying to pull it away. Not going to happen.
Matthew Brower's looking to win his first ever race in NR Night in America, having it be an e-ticket event. It's been done before. Wilkerson, block on Mitchum, opens the door. 3 wide now. They climb the banking of 1 and 2.
Wilkerson has the lead. Contreras has the draft up towards the top. Gets the run off the corner. Takes the lead. Gavin Austin bails out.
Bails out big time. He's seen this story before. He wants nothing to do with it. But up front, it's back to Eladon Contreras. Jason Beckman back in tow.
Look at them go up towards the front. Middle is starting to fall back a little bit. 2 by 2 up front. Wilkerson early on might be the strongest car in this race.
You know what's one driver we haven't talked about very much tonight? Xander McKinney. He's in 18th. This is his first ever e-ticket event. And usually, if it is your first e-ticket, you're going to struggle. You're going to be in a weird position. But he's taking the opening laps as almost like a big old lesson. Hasn't cracked anything out of the top 17. He's been as low as 40th, but now he's in the thick of it. Seems very, very confident.
You're seeing a lot of movement now, but still 4 wide again down the super stretch. Run for Barbagallo, gets the push. Baker wanted to go down low, can't. Contreras goes to the lead.
Yeah, he's got him right here. Schmidt, Champagne, Barbagallo, Wilkerson, Baker, all in a tight-knit pack off 3 and 4. Justin Champagne leads, but for how long?
It might not be long because Baker gets the run up push from Demos. He's not dead yet. He is up in second position, pushing the 25 to the lead.
Yeah, he's just flying right now. And what year is this, 2021? Because it feels like it. Up front, 25-9, all Chevrolets on the top 3 on the outside.
Yeah, Andrew Cootie back in this race in third. He was part of your first caution. Might have saved him because he would have been right up in the second one. Now, that bottom line falling back. Top 7 back to Drew Jua. Get the run down the super stretch into 3.
Oh, Horley. He was looking, he was peeking. You see Drew Jua, another blink on the outside. It's tough, and it's wearing on everyone's system. Honestly, it probably is wearing on ours as well. But the big thing is you have to stay centered. You have to stay consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if they call him back shortly.
Yeah, you already see Bomar make a move, and Demos makes a move. Going to the lead, 24 goes with him, so does the 23.
Cootie back to the inside. Max Steinmeier looking for a move. They're stuck 3 by 3 by 3. Now back to 4 rows deep. Cootie is there for a slingshot move. Look and wave because they haven't let off whatsoever.
Another blink by the 5 back there. That high side has gone, and around goes Bomar down to the bottom. A couple cars collected with him. Movick involved. And there goes Davis Lewis as well. And Gavin Austin, who just went to the back.
The caution will wave.
There were a couple others that went down towards the inside. Bomar, I think, was
even
one
Braden
of them.
Movick is having internet issues, which we're not used to seeing. Now, you'll know when we have issues because every car will start blinking and crazily, kind of like just chopping across the screen. Wow.
We'll go back and look at it in a moment, but just absolute aggression throughout the entire pack, and they know that if you blink to the rest of the pack, they're shuffling you out, and you're going from, what, 1st to 30th in half a lap at this point.
I cannot believe how the systems are running right now. I mean, this is...
Oh, Champagne involved in it.
This is crazy. You saw the 42 blink. He was the outlier in that situation. I was worried for a moment, could our systems be affected as well? And the thing is, when you have 43 guys running in a pack like this, it's not like in person because this is a system. It's CPU, GPU, everything's affected. Look at Drew Jua blinking up there. Let's see what happens. I wonder if this is a reaction.
Gavin Austin saying that his race is over.
Really?
He said, well, at least that's what he said, that we're done. It's over, is what he said verbatim.
Looking some more. Okay, Movick's in the middle. He was the big blink. Internet caused the issue. That's going to be an automatic L2. No doubt about it.
And you see it there, and that 15 goes up top, maybe trying to avoid it. Back down, and I should say right about now the 42 pops in. You see the 18 gets the run. There's no room for where that 42 would be. And there it is.
Oh, he just got Bomar too, because it's not on his system. And Champagne was involved. How could Gavin Austin be involved in this is the real question.
Well, watch where the 42 goes.
He got Davis Lewis, but it didn't connect as Lewis getting hit.
Right up top. Right into him. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's it. He's done. And the problem is, it registered as a hit because Muvik was lagging so badly. The hit registered in the car. He could slow it down again, so it makes it worse, and then he gets squeezed up into the outside wall. So a hit from in the car into the wall. Gavin Austin, I mean, talk about just no luck there.
And we just talked about him. Maybe what, 2-3 laps ago, bailing out would have been the smart move. And it ends up ending his race, if not for contention, just totally.
Wow. And we're getting even more updates here. L2, Chua, L2, Bomar, Internet. They could have fixed it. They got the warning of the L1. But they ran back up front and they started blinking. That's probably why we're getting so many cautions now. We're up to 3 in the first 48 laps of this race. And just got a message from some of the drivers just saying that their servers may be breaking because of what's going on with iRacing. That's what we were worried about heading into this event. You saw it even on Enter Night recently. The servers have been having issues, but we have to penalize them because if it's not happening to the 43 car field and it's happening to select 5, 6, 7, it's really nothing you can work with. And in this case scenario, they got to start talking to each other. Okay, hey, are we all having issues because we're going 3x3 so much, so we have to limit it to 2x2? Are the ones having internet issues, maybe go to the back and try to fix it? Because I guarantee you we could talk to Wilkerson. He's saying, I don't know what they're talking about. The iRacing servers have never been greater. You know, Jackson Carr like, man, this is obviously not a PBR issue. This may be a Team TCB issue.
I mean, you're going to have to look at everything at this point. Whatever it might be, maybe as a collective you play it safer. Just for now. I don't think they'll do that, but that's an option. But John, kind of going back to the racing itself, look on our scoring pile on who's at 8th.
Demos.
Okay, 9th, I should say. It just changed, but 9th.
Spencer Burns.
He's up in the top 10. Demos is up in the top 10. And then you got guys like Wilkerson and Rowe who have been up there all night. Carr. We had talked about Jackson Carr before this race and said, yeah, he can qualify up front, but why can't he stay up there? He's staying up there tonight. So a lot of different players that we didn't think we would have going into this race.
I want to say this. I always say e-tickets are like stories, you know? We could talk about the story leading into, but once you drop the green flag, it turns into what you've got. It could be a good story. It could be a not so good story. This may be a New York Times bestseller. 3x3, 4 wide, saves. Internet's becoming an issue as well. And you continue to now see the blinking again out of Carlos Struther. There's subplots to this, and this is all happening live. This is not scripted.
No, and we've seen more of them have this issue as the races went on. Who else has this issue? When it's crunch time, when it's, you know, instead of 49 laps in, it's 49 to go, or the last 49 laps or so.
I hate to break it to everyone, but you know what's going to fix their internet issue for all the drivers? One, if they updated their drivers. I don't know if they all did, but 2, a big one. Why? Because instead of iRacing having to take 43 cars on track, they can then take 35, 36, 32, and it improves it drastically.
A few more taken out this last wreck.
You look at it right now, Riker Byram is out of the race, 11 laps down. Gavin Austin still on pit road with William Schmidt, Vila, and Douglas Newbigging. They do not look to be in working order. So, 38 drivers are lined up and loaded for this restart. Out of 43, that dropped the hammer. We're going to work lap 50 out of 188, back underway from the Alabama 500. Mitchum, lane 2, nose out in front. Barbagallo has got the 43 of Wilkerson in tow. The train has worked to 1 and 2.
And Demos gets a run up top, more orderly towards the front on this restart. Barbagallo now with the lead, pushing the 43, but here comes Mitchum up top.
Sean Rowe is there. Max Steinmeier is there. Chad Thornquist, Spencer Burns, Beckman Brower, Cootie, Real, Mosteller have all cycled on through. Matter of fact, Mosteller has cycled out. He's dropped to the rear. Spencer Burns still locked in, dicing it out for the lead. Mitchum and Rowe.
A little more spread out through the pack on this restart, though we see some going down to the bottom on the apron. Up top, Mitchum, Rowe, and now Steinmeier making a move. There is Spencer Burns.
Mike Mitchum, your race leader, one of the young guns in this field, but he's someone that you probably didn't know about last year. Everybody knows him now. He is a tough contender in Road to Pro. He is right now on track to make contender. He's on track to make the Cup Series. He's never won an e-ticket event. He's come close, leading now on that outside lane.
We got a trio down low, though. Make it 4 that are going right up to the front. Barbagallo takes the lead. Wilkerson makes the move on him, goes up high. Does not get it. Carr fills in.
That Carr with a late move. He could have gotten that Chevrolet past the 17 by now. They finally do, and they have Mitchum, Rowe, and Jercuti thinking about going to that outside as well. That
Clampered around. Big crash in the middle of the pack. Joey Stone involved.
And the caution will wave again. Pushing and shoving.
And again, it was
That's
the middle.
number 4.
It was the middle of the pack again. You see the 82 with damage. I saw the 8. Might have been 1 or 2 more back there. It looked like it was bigger than it actually turned out to be, which is probably lucky for a lot of these guys, but still, 2-3 go around the tri-oval, lightest part of the racetrack.
Well, that's caution number 4 after we had a really long green flag run to start. Let's see it. Some of these drivers really haven't pieced together a top 5 that's in this group.
Will Shack might have been involved in it as well down low in the Tide machine. And this is around where it happened. 82 gets, it looked like the 82 kind of went around with a little bit of a bump, it looked like.
We'll see. That's
yeah.
Shaq.
Shaq gets into her, up into Beckman, right up in front of River Page. Baker involved, it looks like a little bit.
L4, Will Shaq, the one that caused that incident. That's the first hammer that says, clean it up or you're going to be trapped a lap down, and you don't want to be trapped a lap down in an e-ticket because it is such a pain to get up. Very avoidable wreck. Hung on the quarter panel. Delgado was right there. Will Shaq, another one trying to make a name for himself in Enter Night in America, has made a name for being mostly clean, but that is one rookie move. And the thing is, it's still lap 53 of 188. The same guys that are running up front haven't made mistakes. Joey Stone just nowhere to go.
Chad Hornish with some agricultural racing. Same goes for James Thurston through the grass to miss that one. But just completely, I think, uncalled for this early on still. Completely avoidable, I should say.
Yeah, completely. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts on that one. Will Shaq just got right in the back end of Clamper. Delgado and company, they're all coming to pit road, but L4 will be given to Will Shaq. The first one of an e-ticket, I believe, since the NWP 400. That's how much it's, hey, we're not playing around. You got to clean it up or you're going to go to the back end. Andrew Cootie sees this as an opportunity to come to pit road. So does Josh Kenyon, Kenny Real, Chad Thornquist. We're not doing mid-race interviews to avoid a possible server issue that so many drivers are having. Keep that in mind. Gas and go, that's all they needed. Around the gun, it's going to be Carr, Mitchum, Jacob Wilkerson coming back off.
And we re-rack them again. But everyone down pit road, resetting the fuel mileage on this race. John, you know, we had talked about the back and forth before the show, and you had said that Wilkerson is somebody you're looking at. And I'd say so far he has been the dominant car of the day. While it's hard to stay up there consecutive laps, he has been the only one up there, I think, in the top 3 or 4 the entire race.
Well, that's something to go ahead and say. I do love the 43. I love the 44. You know what I'm surprised about? how Jackson Carr is still up there, because last time we went Super Speedway Racing, he wasn't up there at all. And you sit here, you think, you weigh, and you're just like, could this be Jackson Carr's night? Once again, shout out to everyone that has dropped a super chat or a membership. Eric W. dropping down 5 memberships. That's huge. So if you are a viewer back at home and you want to play along with the chat, well, we go back underway. Spam the green flag icon or the icon of the driver you are most excited to see. Sean Rose, Spencer Burns, Josh Kenyon, Barbagallo. Ladies and gentlemen, just a matter of moments, we'll be heading back green. Live from the Talladega Superspeedway, this is the 21st e-ticket event, the Alabama 500. Jacob Wilkerson, he's led most of the way. Barbagallo, Kenyon, and others, still one to go.
Now the 43 and 44 split up again on this restart. You got the 78 of Mitchum, who's going to be lining up behind leader Wilkerson. Spencer Burns up in the 4th position on this restart, right ahead of Brower and Rowe.
And it's gonna be big to see. PBR has come to play. I don't know where exactly Zach Todriff is right now. I'm looking up and down the list. But Kenny Reel up to 12. Didn't we talk about him earlier in the stream where he was somebody that you knew was going to be big, mainly because he's so driven. He's so tired of just being yelled at.
Todriff might have been collected one of those. He's 38th on the track behind Braden Lovett, or he's just playing it safe.
See it. Oh, he came to pit road, topped off. He's playing it really safe.
Good on him. I mean, that might be the right strategy to finish this race up towards the front.
And they have now just notified the drivers that are blinking to lower the graphics. So we'll update everybody right now. iRacing is having a server problem. Luckily, where's the wood? You heard me knock on it. It doesn't affect us. But it's affecting a lot of drivers. So we notify them to get out of the Discord calls because we won't be doing Discord interviews. Lower the graphics when you come to pit road. Do what you can to have a shot at winning this race. We're still not going to be putting up with blinking at the front of the field. Right call?
I think right call. I think anything that can try and minimize that in any way will contribute to this race being better, because we've seen it. When these guys don't have these issues, we saw the first 29 laps of this race were exhilarating, and I think we're going to get right back to it.
Big right there. I guarantee you some of them have Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome. Right, Google Chrome is known for really affecting stuff on iRacing. Quick, hit the home key, take all that stuff and just focus on iRacing. That's why we really haven't had any problems. So those are the adjustments you have to make, and tell a driver, hey, it's not over. It's not all doom and gloom. You can fix this. Let's focus back on the race now. That's something all these guys have to focus on and keep track of as we get ready to go back green in the Alabama 500, working lap 55 of 188. Back underway from Talladega. Wilkerson, Mitchum, Carr, and Rowe, that's the fast 4. Burns and Brower, no one stepped out of line.
More orderly on this restart again. 43 of Wilkerson right in front of that 44. He goes up top. Mitchum with the push down low.
And they're looking for something big. As a matter of fact, they're looking for something bold to come out of this front-end group. Mitchum looked for a squeeze. Tyler Tinsley's jumped to the outside. Justin Champagne is even looking for a run. Burns, Mitchum, Rowe. That hasn't changed at all. Back 2x2.
Down to the bottom. Mitchum trying to get that push from Rowe. Can't really get it moving. Up front, 43, 44, 06, your top 3.
Tyler Tinsley back to 15. Christian Delgado back to 16. Barbagallo, Rowe. They haven't really changed up. Big surprise out of Dominic Barbagallo, the driver from the Northeast. Matter of fact, the driver from Pennsylvania. One win in NR Night in America. You know where it came from? Daytona, a super speedway somewhat like Talladega. Spencer Burns, welcome to P2.
And don't look now, but challenging for the top 10 is Burrows in that 20 car. He's moving forward. Top line trying to get formed.
Sean Rowe back to 4th. Josh Kenyon back to the 6th position. Stuck 3 wide in the middle. Goes Carr, Brower, maybe even Chad Thornquist. They're really dialing it back to focus on just the long green flag runs. Frank Corley's even back to that 24th position. I haven't seen him move very much since the drop of the green flag. All chasing Jacob Wilkerson. Burns outside, leads that lap after being 2 laps down early in this race.
Put that one in the notebook. It could be a race-winning move later, but up top it goes. Mitchum, he got a little loose. Keeping the lead is Burns down low. He stays with Wilkerson off 2.
Chad Hornish back in the 31st position. Max Steinmeier and Davis Lewis. We showed the top 20 on the left side of your screen. Looking into
Crash! 25 around, that looks to be Baker. Another one down low, 2-car crash down the back
I think they saved it. It looked to be Lane Sanders. Carlos Truther goes for a slide. We stay green, nobody fully around, and that's what you get when you have 4 cautions back to back. You're not going to get a caution for a 3-car slide.
And it's Spencer Burns, after starting this race practically 2 laps down, leads it on lap 59.
Tyler Tinsley 10th, Drew Jewell up to 8th, Kenny Real, Mike Mitchum, Aladam Contreras, that's just outside the fast 4. You watch on with Jackson Carr, he's sitting there in 3rd. But oh boy, Josh Kenyon, he's been up front. He has not missed a beat after all the shenanigans that's gone down.
Top 5 with a bit of a gap down the back stretch now. Not looking to make a move just yet. Then it's Mitchum side by side with Real on the bottom.
Davis Lewis, Chad Thurnquist, Zachary Trull, Frank Corley, Josh Lilly. There's River Paves. This is maybe about a 22-car pack up front. And this is what they needed to get the long green flag running. Burns, Wilkerson, Carr. Let's continue to talk about PBR. This is an absolute daydream they have.
So far, so good for them. Yeah, as we cross to lap 60, they have been the dominant ones of the day. Easily the best ones staying up towards the front, not getting shuffled out.
Let's talk about PBR, matter of fact. Last time they went to victory lane in an e-ticket event, guess where? Talladega? Wrong. It was not. Maybe it was because Chad Thurnquist is to change teams. One outside wall way in the back.
That would be
the 14. It keeps it pointed in the right direction. We stay green. That's when Chad Thurnquist was jumping around teams. If it wasn't Thurnquist at the time, it was Michael Gregory at Daytona early 2022.
But I'll tell you what, that 06 of Burns, you're going to have to deal with him by the end of the day. He is making moves up front as aggressive as anybody. 43 of Wilkerson, 06 Burns, Mitchum, and Kenyon, your fast 4.
Man, Horley outside still with the blinking Drew Jewell. Either he hasn't been notified or he's using it as an excuse to make his way forward because clearly something is amiss on the entire setup.
Yeah, it's been happening at this point almost all night. But we go back towards the front. Top 4 have the lead for now, but Contreras with a push from Carr trying to challenge.
Now look at Kenny Real on the inside lane. He's got company now lined in 2 by 2 by 2. 61 laps into this 188 lap race. You know what? We have the opportunity. Let's talk driver to driver. Jacob Wilkerson, he's led the most laps, even with how many lead changes we've had. He's been put in the weirdest predicament. With that 43, he's a bright spot up front.
Yeah, he is, and he is consistently up front. Doesn't matter where he's at. This is probably the lowest he's been today outside of the pits.
Oh, Spencer Burns, that's the next one we got to talk about. Nearly throws Sean Rowe up in the wall. From the back to the front, from the back to the front. Last driver to do that, Drew Jewell in an e-ticket event, and he almost won it. Talk about someone that's poised and resilient. Stuck in the middle. After that, look who's there. Aladam Contreras.
He has been up front almost all day, and he's made some of the boldest moves out there, side by side with Burns for the lead. He, again, just transforming the front like that car.
Breaking news. Braden Movick will not win his 3rd e-ticket event today. He has lagged out, including with all that damage. He's out. Gavin Austin's out. Riker Byram is out. And then there was 39 left with the title. Back up front. Hey, Justin Champagne saying there's no internet issues. That seems like an issue that isn't mine. He's lined up, nose to tail, wheel to wheel, back and forth.
Yeah, they go back down to the bottom now. He gets a good push from Davis Lewis. He's going to push Rowe to the lead into 3.
Oh, Barbagallo, look where he is. He's lined up with Frank Corley. Another one to talk about. Frank the Tank, first e-ticket winner in NR Night in America, and then you didn't see him. Matter of fact, you didn't see him for a long time. Why? Well, he just had things going on. NR Night started going through some weird changes. There's an era where the skills started going up, and let's be honest, Frank really just could not hold on. He's back and better than ever. He almost won a truck race at Las Vegas that went caution-free. He's won multiple super speedway races. He will be your best friend, but I guarantee you he'll be your biggest villain come the last lap. He's up to third right now. Do we see a first-time e-ticket winner, or do we see the driver that won the first e-ticket get his second?
Well, he's leading right now. He has the lead. He had dumped the 12 out to dry right ahead of Contreras. Not for long, though. The 18 makes a bold move to the top. Does he have anyone to go with him?
Yes, he will. That will be Dominic Barbagallo, but James Thurston has joined in. 3 wide. It's back, and it's better than ever. This is Group 1. Let's go back to group number 2, not Mosteller. That's James Bomar in 23rd, lined up with River Page. Bomar still blinking. Group 3, Zach Tondriff and company, and scattered out are just drivers hoping for a yellow. TCB, Xander McKinney, Lane Sanders. So you have your group scattered in. Green flag pit stops. Do we talk about it, or is it now still too early?
I don't think it's too early just yet, just because you could have that pop up throughout this run. Less cars up front, less cars through this front pack in general. You're going to probably have less chances of some kind of incident happening, and with that, a greater chance at running this long.
I look at Sean Rowe, who's bold to the outside. He leaves a teammate at bay. Maybe dropping back? No, not going to happen. Mr. Jackson Carr will pick him up, and they're 3 wide for the lead. I look at this, and it's still the same aggression we saw earlier, but a little bit dialed up. Instead of going full-on gun to the wall, doing everything they can, it's more of a timely move. They got the notification, hey, we're L4ing. You know, that's what you don't want to see. For Wilczek, it's going to be an uphill battle from here to the checkered flag. But for Spencer Burns and Wilkerson, that hasn't stopped them from making moves. They were just single file. They're now 2 by 2. They were 3 wide about 50 seconds ago. Oh, give it a moment. Chad Thornquist is back there. I guarantee he'll make the move 3 wide at some point.
And now in third, Horley giving the big push to Burns. Those two will take the top 2 spots. Down low, Wilkerson with the push from Barbagallo, trying to make a move. And of course, Contreras makes it 3 wide on the top.
Man, oh man, Spencer Burns just laid on the throttle past the start-finish line. There's Jason Beckman, a driver on the outside wall. Oh, there they go!
Everyone in that pack involved, trying to go around that 14. Who was up top?
There was the server issues you saw. That would have been on us. So we'll reset overlays.
Jackson Carr involved in that wreck. His entire front nose off of it.
Wow.
Champagne involved.
Wow, wow, wow. And you saw them blink across your screen.
We'll take out a lot of players.
Well, things got bold pretty quickly. But oh boy, did it change some things up. Let's go watch a replay.
We'll probably, I'd say, watch in the middle once they go past that 14.
Now this is where it starts, and that's going to be Matthew Brower again in the back end there at Chad Thornquist. Watch it again. The 10 machine. Right in the middle. That's going to be an L4 for Brower. Just took out a lot of contenders. Man. I mean, and then you saw the servers have the issues that drivers have been talking about all race long. And there was nothing stopping. Man. It took guys out. It definitely took a good amount.
I think at this point, you're looking at those guys running towards the back, and they are the smart ones. They're running single file in the back. They're just trying to take it easy, survive this race. And that's probably the best strategy this early on you can have.
Yeah, and that's really the gist of it. Unbelievable how things have come apart Oh boy, is it going to change things up big time. We're watching Chad Thornquist. We're doing a quick system check just to make sure we're good. We should be good to go now. Everything's been put in performance mode to focus on just the racing. Joey Stone, Jackson Carr, Anthony Burrows, they're all on your screen. They're lined up once again. Barbagallo, Kenny Reel, Max Steinmeier lined in as well. Braden Moffitt, Gavin Ostenreicher, Byron, still the only ones out of this race. Look at Vila, look at New Bigging. Modifieds rolling around this track.
And you just got to stay in this race. We've seen before guys that don't have a nose and they survive all the way to the finish, compete for the win. They're not done. If they're out there, they're still in contention in some way. But you're looking at the running order of this race, and it is shuffled. I mean, you're looking at guys like, at the moment, Joey Stone, whether he stayed out, took two, what the strategy might be, he would be the leader as it's rolling now.
Yeah, interesting strategy. I'll definitely give it that. But is that the move?
I mean, it is safe to stay in front of it at this point. It's probably safer to just line up in the back.
Jackson Carr. Oh, man.
Through no fault of his own. I mean, just taken out. And probably the best race we have seen e-ticket wise from him in a long time. Just staying up front, competing for the lead. But at this time, not looking as likely to happen.
Well, that was the race impactor, that's for sure, but we're not exactly sure who may be fully in, out, or all the way around. Anthony Burrows, he made it through. Christian Delgado, he made it through. Lane Sanders back there 19th, he's made it through. Daniel Mosteller coming down off pit road. Tyler Tinsley, Sierra Clamper, Terrell Baker have all made their way in and out. There is what looks to be Chad Thornquist, Eladam Contreras getting word out of the race. Will Shaq will be most likely one of the first drivers back on the lead lap. Zach Tondra, Frank Corley, Matthew Brower heading back on the racing surface. Spencer Burns, Jason Beckman, all lined in as we get ready to go back underway.
Stone went down the pit, so it'll be Wilkerson and Barbagallo, your top two, followed by Reel, Steinmeier, Mitchum, Rowe, Kenyon, Jua, Lilly, and Chua.
Well, lap 70, we're closing in on the halfway mark of this race, but oh boy, it's been edge of your seat. It's been exciting, but the real question is, what's the next unknown to come up? Could it be another big incident like that? Matthew Brower, L4, he is jumping towards the back half of the field. Danger's looming around every corner, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the one to go. Gavin Austin out on lap 46. Braden Mubbick, Riker Byram, the big names are falling. Eladam Contreras. So I go back and ask you all, do we see a first-time e-ticket event winner?
It's looking pretty likely. I mean, out of the top 10, John, can you tell me off the top of your head, how many of them have won an e-ticket event?
Well, I believe only 7 entering this have won an e-ticket. That's out of 21 events we've had, including this one. But I look up inside this top 20, I look up inside and I say, okay, Cootie, Burrows, Mosteller, Chad Thornquist, Baker. Oh, you got a good amount. Burrows, was already mentioned, you got 5. I'd say that's about it. Only 5 in the top 20.
Yeah, how many in the top 10?
0. None.
Yeah, so I think the likelihood, while those experienced guys are still there, the likelihood is very high.
Let's get ready to get back at it. Dominic Barbagallo. Oh, what a race he's had. Jacob Wilkerson, Kenny Reel, Max Steinmeier have lined up back 2 by 2. If you think it get any wilder, well, we're about to find out because we're back green from Talladega. Rowe, Kenyon, Mitchum, Cootie, Lilly, Delgado, Burrows, Sanders, Mosteller, Baker, Tinsley, Thornquist, all lined in single file up in row 2.
Top guys definitely had that planned out a little bit. They went all towards the top side. Top 4, top 5, running away with it, but the pack already reforming.
Yeah, they reformed in, I mean, in a hurry. As we continue to work our way back through 3 and 4. Josh Kenyon and company, they've lined up. There's Drew Jua with an issue as well. Chad Hornish, Andrew Cootie, Truel all lined in looking for a move. Mostly single file out of this top 8.
Top 10 or so are pulling away from that pack, 3 wide in the back, and it'll be Jua making that first move. 3 and 4 wide behind him.
Yeah, looking big time. Jumps to the outside lane. That's Drew Jua getting out of line, actually. That was a blinking issue on him. Real Lily single file inside. This is where they're calm before the possible storm later on.
And you're starting to see even more lining up. Looks like the top 15 trying to play it safe, and the pack still behind them going nuts.
Yeah, that's James Thurston way back there with James Bomar, Zach Todriff. You have Wayne Sanders even dropping back way to the rear. Mostly this top 10 though in a single file formation. Lily is there. Why are they doing this now?
Well, I think that these guys up front are wanting to play it safe. They pulled away from the pack, race among each other. There's almost a full second between the top 16 and the rest of the guys behind them, and they're still pulling away, even racing.
Yeah, you look at Josh Lilly, Kenny Reel, kind of all in that same mode of formation, looking, peeking, but not really worrying about what's going on towards the back half of the field.
They're still racing up towards the front. Top 5 or so are keeping it single file. Behind them, 2 wide. The pack still not catching them because they're all racing each other.
Yeah, they're racing each other. I mean, big time hard. Josh Kenyon up against the outside. We're going to throw the caution because of what you see on screen. The servers are having a big issue, and we know we're now not the only one affected by it. A lot of drivers have chimed in about it. So what are we going to do? Pretty simple. We're having a long, we're going to have, let's say too long. We'll have a caution just long enough that if drivers need a pit and fix it, they can pit and fix it. We're going to do the exact same on our end. So keep that in mind. This isn't a stage break halfway through this race, but oh boy, another curveball that we didn't see coming all week.
No, I mean, it had been fine for most of the time leading up. It's just some of these unforeseen issues pop up, and drivers know it, we know it, and it's another obstacle. On top of it just being normal Talladega, this is just another obstacle you have going into this race, so they're going to line them back up for now, get any work done they needed, and we'll be rolling right back at it.
This is an interesting one from Talladega. We're thankful for everyone that's been hanging out with us, watching on, waiting on. We've had to do this for a multi-class race before. It didn't take long. It's just a quick leave of the session and come back, and let's see what happens from there. But definitely this has been an undergoing issue now, not just on the driver's end, but on ours. I knew something was up when I saw Muvik lag out. You don't really see that often. For us, it's once again an opportunity to just go out there, reset the system, see what we can do, and if we have to back out of the session and show our faces again, we'll do that for about a couple minutes and then go back to the live green flag action.
And don't worry about them racing. They'll keep it under caution as long as we need to get everything working the way we need it to work. So you won't miss any of the racing action. It's, I guess a comp yellow. That's our version of a comp yellow.
Yeah, relaxed yellow, or not, well, not relaxed yellow, should we say. It's more of a yellow, or safety yellow. There's the word for a safety yellow. Wow. We haven't had this in an event, I think, ever.
No.
This is the first time. Because usually everything is so good ahead of time. We're always like, yeah, everything's working the way it needs to work. We're going to continue to check, reset, look in, watch frame rate, watch really everything, should we say. Come back in just to see if this has made any type of help. Drew Jua is struggling right now. I think we're just starting to struggle. Drew Jua has been struggling for now what looks quite some time.
Definitely, and this is something that happens. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's something that you're going to have to just deal with at one time or another. We're dealing with it now. We're going to get it all fixed up. These drivers know about it. We have this plan in place, ready to go. So no need to worry when you're out there watching all over the country.
We think we've got it now. We're going to put it back one to go. If there is an issue, again, we're going to back out the session and come back. Basically the same thing drivers will have. We're looking on pit row, and they've definitely taken full precaution. Frank Corley is in, Davis Lewis is in, coming in, just making the quick adjustments before going back out there. Lane Sanders, Chad Thornquist, all in the same boat.
Now, the blink you're seeing there with the 5, that is not on our part, that is on his part. He's had that throughout the night. So some issues, not necessarily on
That would be
all
us
of
because we're going to a different system quickly just to check some things on the iRacing side. So that was planned. I want to point that out. Everything you see right now is planned. Checking, looking, seeing. And if we do have the opportunity and we need to, we can come back into this session. So once again, another look at what's to come. Ladies and gentlemen, another quick reset of the overlays, and we'll be back. Green flag racing. Wow. Well, a lot of anticipation, but sometimes this is a live show. Now, if you were wondering if this was a live show.
Yeah, we don't pre-record it.
Yeah, we don't pre-record this at all. It's definitely been displayed. But wow, man, it's crazy to think of it as a driver. You have to adjust for this. I felt bad for Truth there, having to go ahead and penalize him and other guys. But now it's on the broadcast side and behind the scenes, it's like, oh, now what do we do, you know? But this is some of the challenges you get to see live. And once again, we hope to take you all the way back to the checkered flag. We plan on also taking you back to the checkered flag as we get ready to go back green. We'll throw the 1 to go this time by. They'll line up 2x2 if the issues continue. We will make the adjustments necessary.
We're lining them up now. Todriff, I think, stayed out on that yellow, taking advantage of the track position next to Wilkerson. Papagallo, Stoudemire, and Rowe, the top 5.
So they've lined up, and we are ready to go back green. You know, NASCAR has rain delays. We've technically had a rain delay before. Yeah, we have rain in iRacing. But now we're in an area where the internet, it's like, okay, was it an internet issue on our side? Obviously not. Our upload speed is fantastic. But the servers, the Next-Gens, they're higher poly than an Xfinity car. If this is a Gen 4 race, we wouldn't be having this issue whatsoever. It's just the fact that the way the Next-Gen was made on iRacing, it has become an undergoing issue for systems. And once drivers have issues, you can almost expect the main group to have issues. If this issue comes out again, then we're going to park it for about 2-3 minutes to get it back going in the right direction. Let's get ready to go green.
Update for anyone watching at home. Contreras back on track, 6 laps down.
Zach Tondriff, how about him? Up front, lined up with Jacob Wilkerson, Barbagallo, Max Stoudemire, Sean Rowe, Kenny Reel, Anthony Burrows, and Christian Delgado. That is your top 8 as you roll back to the restart zone to get them back underway for the Alabama 500. Wilkerson, top side with Stoudemire. Kenny Reel lined in. Christian Delgado lined in. Moves to the outside. That looks to be Josh Kenyon.
First time we've seen him up front all day, and Todriff is taking advantage of it. He crosses in front of Wilkerson now, getting the run on the high side, leaving those bottom 3 out to dry. Top 3 pulling away up top.
Yeah, pulling away big time. You can see them lining, looking real to the inside. Now a Kenyon. PBR is top 3. 2 Toyotas, a Chevrolet. And it's happening once again. This is what we will do. We will throw the caution. This time we're backing out. We're going back in.
One way or another, we will get it.
We are going to get this race done tonight. We've been in this position before. But I guarantee a lot of drivers are kicking themselves saying, come on, you guys got to figure it out. And we very much will. This has happened before where it's just, you got to reset the system. That's all you got to do. Unfortunately, this has happened. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier in the race. You know, you would expect it to happen right from the gun, but it's not happening. Maybe because obviously we don't have static weather on. The weather systems are moving in, looking, peaking, and we'll head back over on top of the booth to speak with you guys live. So we're here, we're hanging out. We're gonna leave this session mid-race break. That's what we got right now. Jared, what are we seeing?
I mean, if you're talking about the racing itself, I think we're seeing some of the best racing we've ever seen in one of these events. The aggression these guys are showing has been just all out in every way.
100%. But the big thing is, what they were experiencing, the first 30 laps were the best 30 laps we've had in a race. I just want to point that out. That was the best 30 laps we've ever had in an e-ticket. But then once we saw Muvik, Jua, and all these guys having these issues, it was like, wow, they got to fix it. And then all of a sudden,
it's
now
on us.
We have to
Yeah,
fix
that's
it
on
too.
us.
Where did this occur? Where did this unfold? And that's what we're doing now. It's scary, it's daring. You don't want to have this happen, but with some drivers now out of the race, it could be good to go. With Daytona, they said, hey, that was the best service we have ever had. And luckily, it just happened to be for an e-ticket event. This one, quite the opposite. So I'm interested. You have now a couple cautions. You got about 110 laps to go. Friday night's going to be late. I can't wait till we get the checkered flag, because now we're going to talk about this being the most unpredictable e-ticket event.
I'll say this, no matter what you say about what we've had, these internet gremlins, and they have been bad, we get it. It's been memorable. This race is memorable no matter what, even if you remember it as the gremlin race.
Remember the 2012 Daytona 500? Even the guys up in the tower at NASCAR were saying, oh, everyone's going to remember this. No, they were shaking and holding and waiting, and you're in the same position.
This is our jet dryer race.
This is our jet dryer race. That 100%. You don't want it to happen ever, but if it does happen, you go, you sit, you wait, cautions out. They came back to pit roads. They're still playing this as a strategy call. And we see this, we're waiting, we're still waiting. And once we see trading paints reloaded, we're gonna say, okay, check mark. We checked the frame rate. It's doing everything it can to get back going and in the right direction, updating the trading paints. Tyler Tinson's getting his scheme on, William Schmidt.
He's got his.
They're working to get everything back to where it needs to be. This is a whole system reset. Now, last time we had this was for a multi-class race at Talladega. We were good until the end. And then we had to do a system reset. All of a sudden, it was like nothing broke. Everything was good. Everybody was in the best position imaginable. Here we sit, here we lie. We're waiting for everything to load back in. I'm starting to see life. I'm starting to see excitement about cars coming back to where they need to be. We're making our own adjustments to make sure they are where they need to be. Remember, we had pit objects on for this race. Some asked for that. Well, guess what? Pit objects are now off. We don't need those. We don't need those whatsoever.
Anything we don't need, we're taking off, and it's not going to take anything away from you guys watching at home. For anyone wondering, it's Rowe leading this race after about 80 or so laps. Andrew Cootie is in the second position. Tyler Tinsley in third. We got a couple coming down the pits as well. Again, we got the strategy plays that people are playing in this one, but
which is interesting.
They're stacking them back up. I mean, hey, we could go another 30-40 lap run.
We're going most likely green this time by. We're gonna check it, but we're gonna end this race tonight. I just want to point that out. This race will end tonight, whether it's late or not late at all. We got a 6-hour session.
Yep.
So we got 6 hours to go ahead and make something work. Overlays back on our end. We are checking. We are peaking.
Looking good so far.
We're looking good. We're looking very good. We're looking to see if we can actually make this an offline thing. And I think that's exactly what we just did. Still looking, still peaking, still waiting. We won't be going green this time by. We're notifying the admins now. Next time by, 1 to go. And we're going to advance the caution just as of another precaution. I've had interesting races in person I've called where I look at the guys up in the tower and I'm like, hey, you guys enjoying yourself? I know it's a tough scenario you all are in. And they kind of just look at me and they're like, yeah, when stuff like this happens on the sim side, it's scary and daring, but it's also just as much of a hassle back at home, and this is exactly what we're experiencing live. So 1 to go will be now next time by. A full system reset. It's worked in the past. If it works now, you'll know, because we're going to get excited.
Yeah.
We may lose our voice in the next 30 or 40 laps if this works the way we want it to and the way it has before. But only time will tell. We want to say thank you to this beautiful crowd that's sticking around with us. They're hanging out. I always hear people in NASCAR up in the tower, the stories they say, they're like, there's nothing more exciting than when you have a long rain delay and then all of a sudden the sun comes out or the lights come on, and all the viewers, all the drivers, all the fans in the stands, they hung out, they waited around, they knew what was going on, they were patient. They were like, you know what, okay, they're gonna get it done. We have full faith. Faith is on a lot of drivers' side, because now we believe we are in an area where we can want to go this thing. So, let's do it again. We're gonna drag you back. This is okay. This is very much okay.
We're in there.
Overlays are on. And we're now 1 to green. So, up front, Sean Rowe, Andrew Cooney, Tyler Tinsley, Kenny Real. They're lined up inside the Fast Four. Max Steinmeier, Zach Todger, Josh Kenyon, Christian Delgado. That is now your top 8. Well, we're here. We have arrived. Now what? I think we wait.
I think it's going to just explode again. I mean, you're seeing a lot of these guys who, again, have been up at the front, now back. Wilkerson's back in 10th. That's probably the lowest he has been all day.
Yeah. I don't think he's been any higher than where he is right now. Or should we say any lower? Lane Sanders making a move. Truel up to 16th. Wilkerson will be waiting in the wake as well. All right, this is it. 1 to go. Toyota, Chevy, Ford, Chevrolet, Toyota, Chevy on Ford. That's back there. It also happens when we put the overlays on. We are realizing that if it continues to become a mistake, we will have to radio style this thing, which I have no problem at doing.
You'll have to do it.
Let's get ready to go green. I think actually the last overlay issue we had, 2023 Daytona 500. You look at most of those laps, it was shown with just a scoreboard like this because of the ongoing issues. So the drivers have notified me there's still iRacing server problems, but it should be in an area where they feel like they can go the rest of the way. Let's get ready to go back green. Sean Rowe, Andrew Cooney, Kenny Real, Tyler Tinsley. Lap 81 of 188. You want to go get an e-ticket event? It comes right now. Back underway from Talladega. Bosteller.
That was a weird wiggle in the middle of the pack. Might have got hit, might have spun the tires. We don't know. Up front, though, Rowe in front of Cooney up top. He has the lead. Tinsley looking low.
Man, they really separated. I mean, in a quick hurry. It's Sean Rowe on the outside with Andrew Cooney. Kenny Reel's lined up with Zach Tondra. They're all single file top. Baker is not waiting. He goes 3 wide to the outside. Wants to make the daring move, but mostly they shuffled on out.
Top 4 are pulled out to a single car line. They are trying to keep it easy. Not yet, though, because Todrick going with Cooney. Cooney going to the lead.
He made the move to the outside. Todd's with them, but there was too much space in between. Rowe lined up with Real. Mostly back 2 by 2. Back to the start-finish line. It's all Andrew Cooney leading with 106 laps to go.
He's got it barely at the line. Top guys 2 by 2 throughout. You got a third line forming up. That's Baker and Champagne up top. But that middle line, they're the ones who have it.
Man, you saw James Bomar go to the outside as well. He wanted to make something work. That didn't work just for the time being. Here comes Zach Tondra with the move to the outside. Todd with the Toyota. Chevrolet's downstairs. Cooney and Todd, they've had run-ins before, but it's looking good as they're 3 wide now for that third position.
Wilkerson took it up top. He's falling back. No help with him. Tinsley back in second, right on the bumper of Cooney.
Man, they're looking, peeking, trying anything they can to get some type of edge. Tyler Tinsley to the outside. Zach Tondrick's now in line with him. Michael Mitchum up the gut, 4 wide for the second place spot. Cooney leads for now, and Tinsley stuck in a jam.
Huge bump from the 43 to the 11. Big run through the pack, 3 by 3 throughout most of it. Up front, the 24, 78. They're racing for the lead.
Oh, it's racy. It's on. Everyone's excited and happy. Good news on our end. Performance not peaking out. We plan to take you the rest of the way. Cooney and Mitchum. Rowe with the move. Baker stuck 4 wide in a jam. Gets back 3 by 3, but they're still racing like it's maybe 10 laps to go.
McKinney bailed out earlier in the pack there. Up front, Rowe making the move on Cootie. 3 wide behind him. He has his choice of lane. Goes with Todrick. He gives him the push. 99 to the lead through the tri-oval. 4 wide through the pack again.
Oh, Rowe, yes indeed, he's got it. But he's going to need help from drivers behind, that being Todd, that being Wilkerson. Still stuck 3 wide, Justin Champagne.
Now another move to the middle. That's Spencer Burns with the push from Jua, going for the lead again between Rowe and Baker.
Oh man, racy as ever. It's like they just did not miss a beat. There's Drew Jua. I think he's another one that took the same approach we did. That caution, from what I'm seeing and from what I'm hearing, has helped so many drivers with the performance issue. Why? They also backed out some of them. They got their laps back. They changed some settings around to help them out. And oh boy, it's looking like this is back to being one of the greatest e-tickets ever. 103 to go, and it's Todd in the middle.
New life breathed into the pack now. Mosteller up to third, tries to make a move, can't do it. Sticks with Wilkerson, Rowe behind him. Todrick keeping the lead, contact in the pack.
Yeah, he's trying, but they're also racing like they want to wreck. There's Anthony Burrows on the outside end. He's got Beckman. There's Kenny Reel. There's Dominic Barbagallo. Reel has really been where he needs to be all race long. Up front, here comes Rowe to the inside. Here comes Wilkerson to the inside. Most up top, lined up with Todd. Pick and choose your battles to turn 3.
Using the lap cars for a draft, Rowe gets enough of a run to clear the 11. Up top, 06 of Burns gets in front of Baker. Top 3 again, keeping it out front.
Oh man, this is Talladega. Bomar to the inside. He got help. I don't think he's getting too much help now. He's going to drop back just a tad. Jason Beckman, Anthony Burrows, Cootie, Kenyon, Reel, Sanders, top 20. Just with a quick shuffle on the left side of your leaderboard. 3 wide, Cootie up the gut. Still needs something to go with them. Burns has got TCB on the inside.
2 dominant lanes now, though a third trying to form up the middle. Up front, it looks to be Burns, Baker, Bomar, and Wilkerson trying to charge back on the bottom. Not trying, they're doing it.
Yeah, they made it work. Now, this is the big thing about the 2 drivers on the inside lane. You look at Spencer Burns, you hear about TCB. Whoa, Frank Corley. 3 wide up the gut. He's getting dicey. The big thing about those 2 is they've raced with each other for so long. You're looking back to 2017, 2018. They trust each other to go nose to tail, but they also trust each other when they go wheel to wheel. Mutual respect. Veterans know how to race veterans. Rookies, well, sometimes they get caught too much in the limelight.
Up top, you got that 25 machine. Now the 5 of Jua trying to get a run with them. Down low, looks like Wilkerson's going to make a move. Burns, an aggressive block, and the 15 of Bomar trying to get the run low.
It almost looked like 2 of an aggressive block. Here comes Drew Jua up the middle. Blink Bomar, that hasn't changed. Burns the block on the bottom. Jua to the middle. Swipe there by Baker. Drew Jua has life and is right up front, trying to make redemption from Daytona.
Getting the push by Baker up top. It's looking like Cootie pushing Wilkerson. Rowe behind him. Demos gets his nose cut off. They manage to get it down low. Wilkerson blocks, keeps the lead.
It's racy. It's not going to stop being racy up front. Every driver is on the edge, running, looking for a move. Rowe to second. Most up there to the inside. 2 by 2. 3 by 3. What's it going to work? Everyone icing and dicing for position.
Mosteller looking high. Does he have help? Not yet. It looked like Baker's going to go with him. Can't do it just yet, but he gets the lead out of all of it.
Yeah, it's go time. We're back on track, and that big hiccup worry almost gave everybody a heart attack. Has now calmed in. They're back in the race positions. Anthony Burrows, yeah, we talked about him in the pre-race show, Jarrett. He wasn't supposed to race as of maybe 5 hours ago. This car was slotted for a driver named Joseph Armstrong, then a driver named Frank DeAngelis. Now, Burrows has climbed the ladder to 6. He could make it his second e-ticket win. Guess who he's got right behind him? Spencer Burns, the big ally, there in the Ford.
Well, as they go 3 wide through the pack up front, it's the top 2 in the same order from the Florida 500. Mosteller and Jua, top 2. Now Wilkerson with the huge run takes it up to the top. Side by side with the 5, side by side with the 9, going for the lead.
Oh, there's Jackson Carr. I thought he was out of this race. He's there, but in big trouble. He is way off the pace and multiple laps down. 3 wide looking for that top spot. Most to block top. Row the move to the bottom. Hold on, it's still early. Technically, we're 198, or should we say 98 laps to go. Out front is the Speed Racer 5. Drew Jua's letting her rip.
Reminiscent of a super speedway race in the Gen 6 era. Slicing, dicing, and everything else. Trouble in the pack. They couldn't make it last.
All the way to the back end, Dominic Barbagallo. We're seeing if they're going to throw the caution. I didn't see anyone truly go around, and they're going to do it now. Oof.
Turning it back up.
The thing about a driver is when you have them wait and wait and wait, then they want to get all aggressive. You had 2 cautions that were really safety yellows. They sat around thinking, come on, let's go already. And then they turned the wick up pretty quickly. Josh Lee, someone that a lot saw as an underdog. He's getting stuck in a big situation. Let's see it. He's right in the middle of this pack. Lined up with Horley, lined up with Demos. Oh yeah, he got turned around. Couldn't really tell why though. See it again. I think he just got tagged by the 2.
That's what it looks like.
And he goes for one heck of a spin. Caution is out again from Talladega. They'll line it back up here very shortly, but it is Drew Jua, your race leader. Okay, we're confident. We're excited, but the drivers are now in an area where you may want to start making your decisions on how you want to work the rest of this race. 97 laps to go. Cootie, Kenyon, Wilkerson, Delgado, Zach Todrup. Who surprised you so much out of this top 10?
I think Wilkerson. I mean, we've known he'd be up front during these races, but he has been one of the best guys at every point of this race. Probably the best overall driver in this race. I was expecting him probably to run top 10. He does that a lot, but I was not expecting this kind of great race.
I wasn't expecting this at all. Matter of fact, I don't think most drivers were expecting what we saw. How about this one? Andrew Cootie wins the race off pit road. Let's go look at the chat. Is this Cootie's opportunity to have something work in his favor?
I mean, is this the kind of race that could get him his second e-ticket win? He'd be joining a pretty elite category, tied for most all time. I'm sure a lot would like to see that. And up front, he's got Beckman with him. He's got Jua, Todrup, topsy-turvy, top 4.
Todd there in 4th is going to be very interesting. Jacob Wilkerson back there in 6th. You know what? We have the opportunity. Let's go and talk about it. This is not the only stream of the week, ladies and gentlemen. We will have another one come tomorrow. I'll be live from the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway calling the action. Yes, that is right. It is live on Racing America as well. But I'll be doing a YouTube short version of it that you only really see the broadcast booth. So it'll be John Nix and I up in the tower bringing you all the action. Round 2, it seems to be a better field than it was on opening day, which I am very excited for. But the big thing to look at is the fact that we're here, we're ready, we're now. Drew Jua just gave us an update. He reset the internet as well. So all the talk that we had earlier was true. Here's the thing. You're approaching golden hour where if your internet wasn't having an issue, it probably is having an issue now. And I think that's where the big issues came. When we raced, it was in the afternoon. It was very pasty and still. Look at the graphics. It looks different. It feels different. The cars are glowing just a little bit more. As a driver, are you racing the race or are you racing the internet?
Depends on who you are.
Because I want to point this out. My PC that we have right here that I'm looking at, the same PC a lot of drivers have in this race. Some of them have specs that are a little bit farther back. Now, granted, we are pulling more G's by broadcasting live. We have overlays, but some of them, they use overlays to understand pit strategy. Some have an AI that says, hey, now's the time to go. Now it's not the time to go. Pit here, maybe pit later. They also have the Discord open. We don't have the Discord open. It's interesting. This is a race where, yes, it should be point blank. There's 188 laps, 500 miles. How are you going to make this work? But then all of a sudden you see, Jua had problems. Bomar had problems. Will Shack had problems. The broadcast had problems. How do you make this all work? Only time will tell. There's Drew Jua back there in the 3rd position. There's Zach Todriff back there in the 4th position. He's lined up excited about what he sees. Todriff back there with Baker, Mitchum, Clamper, Kenyon. Kenyon's going to be one you want to really keep an eye out for. Christian Delgado's lined in. He's excited and ready to get back at it. The 1 to go is out. Jason Beckman's never won an e-ticket event. Drew Jua, Zach Todriff. Baker's got 2 under his belt, looking for 3. Jacob Wilkerson has got none, looking for 1. Same with Rowe, and same with so many others. We want to say thank you again to all of you viewers that have hung out with us. Great crowd on this beautiful, amazing night. We are approaching the end of this race. You might be saying 95 laps. That's not really the end. We're past halfway. That's what counts. That's what we're excited about. And I'm telling you, if there is an event that could give you gray hair, I think it's this one. Wouldn't you agree, Jared?
Oh, I definitely would agree. This has been stressful,
yes.
I think, for everybody involved, but fun at the same time.
Some drivers are saying, I can't wait till the checkered flag waves. Viewers are saying, man, I wish we had 500 more laps or 500 more miles. Jason Beckman, the young driver out of the West Coast. Andrew Cootie, the driver now located in South Dakota, originally from the great state of Florida. 94 laps to go from Talladega.
Great restart for the 24. Grabs the lead, has about a car length. Basically can choose where he wants to go, goes up top.
Yeah, he's got it locked in now with Jason Beckman. Kenny Real has not really left that top 4. Inside lane, lined up with Drew Jua. Sean Rowe looks top on Wilkerson. Jua nearly lost it off the nose of Real. Here comes Todriff to the outside with Wilkerson. Cootie slams the door shut, and the Chevrolet keeps it top of the board.
And that top side getting a big run. You got Cootie, Todriff, Wilkerson, and Rowe up top. Down low, you got Jua and Real trying to reel the lead back in.
Icing, dicing, Chevrolet bow ties leading both lines. Toyota's sprinkled in behind. Andrew Cootie wants redemption, and he's going to lead another one here at Talladega. Good news, you're beating the rest. Bad news, you still got 93 laps to go.
Past halfway now, the battle for the lead. 2 drivers on the bottom trying to keep the dream alive. They're going to do it, and here comes Sean Rowe with them. Jua takes the lead. Real to second.
Mike Mitchum is looking for a move. Daniel Mosteller looking for a move. Joey Stone, wasn't he involved in an incident earlier? He's 3 wide, stuck up the gut. Cootie and so many others just trying to find a line and stick with it.
That high side trying to keep it together. Cootie now has the lead again. Side by side are Real and Jua, who gets loose off the corner. 62 down low, 3 wide, falling back.
Yeah, that's Kenny Real on the inside. I think he's wanting to get out of Dodge here. Wants nothing to do with what's going on up front. For Jua, he's loving what he sees. He's leading the outside lane. He's got machines. This inside. Andrew Cootie sideways saves it. Jua. He does, but they wreck in front of him.
And the pack scatters. Jackson Carr, last second, collected in it as well.
Wow.
That 2 car, Frank Horley, that thing looks totaled. Front is gone off it, smoking out the rear. Slowly but surely, we just keep chipping away at this pack.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You can kiss Frank Horley's second e-ticket event goodbye after what you just saw on 1 and 2. Let's go back and watch a replay. He's on the outside lane with Mike Mitchum. Where was Cootie going? I mean, he's lined up with Todd. I don't know if Todd gets into him or not.
Well, he looks low.
Yeah, I think it was a look low when he came back up and Todd's nose is right there.
You can't hesitate in this type of racing.
No, and if someone knows that, it is Andrew Cootie. See, Jua does a great job of saying that may have just been a reaction.
Now watch, I believe it's a 62 of Sierra Clampert barely makes it through. Same with Michael Mitchum in the 78. Joey
that's
Stone.
on Horley.
And then it just breaks
They
out.
had it saved. He made the aggressive move to continue low. He flinched. That's the problem. If he doesn't flinch, we stay green.
Looks like the 54 Truther gets into Abraham Vila down low. That's what causes that secondary issue. And then watch the 44 of Jackson Carr right at the very end. He's going through the grass, trying to avoid it.
He's got it locked up.
Yeah, locked up right into the 2-car here. Not too much damage, but
with you having
insult
damage
to injury
beforehand, it makes it really difficult to continue on. Let's see it again. Carr on the inside. Things went for a miss quickly.
oh, look at that damage there on, I believe, Bomar.
That's Bomar, yeah. He got a huge piece of it. Well, they're knocking him out left and right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're losing guys. The thing is, now it's 90 laps to go. This started off as a race of persistence, and now it's quickly turning into a race possibly of attrition. Hornish, Truex, Sanders, they're outside the top 16. Brower's there as well. Cootie, Todger, Thornquist, Beckman, Clampert, Wilkerson, and Justin Champagne has now climbed on in. Did you expect the night to go this way?
No,
I thought it was going to be like Darrington Woodwork. I thought it was going to be like the Florida 500.
So,
I will just say it there.
Gotten straightforward. No,
Yeah.
This is anything but a straightforward race. We've seen it from internet issues to just a blindingly amazing start. That start was probably the greatest start to an e-ticket ever put to screen. And now we're seeing these kind of deals where favorites are getting taken out left and right, as well as others. You cannot predict what's going to happen next, and we still have 90 to go.
Well, the big thing is we also have the weather changing up a little bit. It was pretty warm to start, so they're icing and dicing with there, but I think the grip levels are rising where drivers are starting to get more aggressive, agitated. Maybe the word we could use, I would also say a little bit more confident with what they have. The only problem is when everybody's confident, someone's going to get the bad end of the stick. And we have now seen that. I want to say multiple times, Sean Rowe, race leader, Mosteller will now be in second. He was involved in an incident earlier. Max Steinmeier in third, TCB in fourth, Josh Kenyon, Champagne, Wilkerson, Clampert, top 8. Wow, let's do a rundown. Shout out to all 600 still watching back at home after all the issues that we were having, the drivers were happening. Thank you so much for that. But let's do it. We start the race off strong. 30-something odd laps, right?
Give or take, yeah.
And it was just aggressive, pushing, shoving. Everyone's loving it. They're on their feet.
Insane moves. I mean, moves from 4 wide, guys at the top, elevator drop down to the bottom to block, and then back up to the top again with ease almost.
And then, following that, we had caution after caution, and then we started realizing cautions were happening because drivers were having internet issues. And we said, well, if you're a driver, you have an internet issue, you got to go ahead and fix it. I knocked on wood. I'm guessing this wood isn't real because it hit us. It seemed to just be a plague in the middle of this session. It was going from one car to the next, one car to the next. And finally, when it arrived at us, we realized this is not a product we can show the viewers. We got to back out. We got to do it again. And now we're in an area, luckily, that it is very much doable. It's very much exciting. But we made guys wait around. And once they waited around, the track started cooling off. Grip levels amped up. They're confident. They're like, oh, Gavin Austin's out of the race. Oh, Braden Movick's out of the race. He's not getting number 3. James Bomar, Kenny Real, goodbye. not happening. Wow, this is actually just an update. I just saw it. Kenny Real out of the race as well. We realize, oh, now they have to get back in sequence. So this is really just a big ol' uphill battle for guys. This ever-changing landscape of a race. Darrington Woodworking was probably the most straightforward e-ticket we've ever had. Everything beforehand was way ahead of schedule. Everything beforehand worked well. The day of the event, flawless. We had the wrecks, we had the excitement. Arguably also possibly the best e-ticket event. But at Talladega, has anything been straightforward? How many times have I said, Jared, if you have a playbook and you have a stat, throw it out the door here because it means nothing.
You said it Wednesday night. You said it for years. I've known you for years, and you've said that every single time.
This track doesn't make sense. Where it's located, how it races, it's never made sense. So why should it make sense now on the sim? 88 laps to go from Alabama.
100 laps into this race, the shadows grow long, the patience grows thin. Demos now up into the lead of the push from Baker down low, Rowe and Steinmeier.
Looking, peeking, Wilkerson outside. Sierra Clamper is in position in the 8th place spot. Can she nab her first e-ticket event win? She's got some of the best to get through.
And those best are leading this thing. Mosteller, Baker, Champagne, Wilkerson. Wilkerson might not have won an e-ticket event for as many races. He has been amazing today up in that 43.
Yeah, if there's a racer of the day, it definitely is him. He has been on it since the drop of the green flag. Top 20 shown left side of your screen. 87 laps to go from Talladega this time by. Can Demos go back to back? Let's name the drivers that have done it. Chad Thunquist, Anthony Burrows. Will he be the third on that list?
If there's anyone that can do it, it's him. He's done everything you can do in NR. He has won everything. Until recently, it was but an e-ticket. Now he has an e-ticket. He could vault himself in the elite of these e-ticket events with a second straight.
But what about Justin Champagne? You know, last time I talked about a driver being written off before a race, it was Lubbock. And then we had to interview him after the race because he won. I said, I'm off the Champagne train. His brother is doing a lot better than him. Justin is struggling. And where is he now? P3. Will I eat the words again like I did in November? Or would it be shocked? They're 3 wide trying to form something up to the outside. But what about this? This top 3, Demos, Baker, Champagne. Can you name more iconic top 3?
Not at all. These guys are the best of the best, especially with these tracks. But look out what Champagne is doing. He is one of the best. Yeah, he is dropping back, gaining a run, generating that energy to push him past possibly the 9 and 25.
He went down to about 190, and he's quickly closing in one around backside of the field. That may just be Chad Hornish. He gets it refired, so he will stay green up front. Baker, Mosteller, here comes Justin Champagne to the inside.
He's got a push from Wilkerson. He's got the lead, and second goes the 43. The 50th Thornquist up high, a block thrown. Wilkerson almost goes around, saves it 3 wide for second behind Champagne.
Chad Thornquist came like a gladiator in a ring, but now he's stuck 3 wide middle with nowhere to go. It's Wilkerson on top. It's Rowe on top. It's Justin Champagne to the lead on the inside.
Now Wilkerson with the run up top, but down low. I mean, that's a potent trio right there. It's Champagne, Burrows, Cootie. They're all alone, but they're still challenging.
Yeah, if you were tired, wake up because it's on. Right now, Sean Rose back to the second spot. Mosteller iced and diced his way through the Burrows machine, and so with Justin Champagne. It's still Jacob Wilkerson leading. The question now is, for how long? Sean Rowe is hungry. Kenyon is hungry. Baker's going for 3 with 84 to go.
Big gap between these top 4, and there's Mosteller generating a run with Champagne, who did so against him before. They could get the run if they catch these guys.
It's a superstorm. You got Clamper, you got Barbagallo, Max Steinmeier. The running joke forever is if there's a big one, you can expect the 25 43 in it. We've had a big one. He has not been in it. Most to the bottom with Champagne. Clamper joins in on the ride. They're back wheel to wheel for the top spot.
Those three at the bottom making their way forward, passing cars. Top two, though, are pulling away. Mosteller, Champagne, then Wilkerson, a distant third.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be one of those classic Enter Night finishes. I can just feel it with 83 laps to go. Row P4, no move to the outside. Wilkerson slams the back end of Champagne. Off the bottle, somehow he made it work. And his number one, that's the 38.
That 43 will not be denied today. He has been aggressive. He's been fast. He has been working with everybody. Up top, Thornquist into fifth. He gets a push given to Demos. Down low row for a moment. They single file it out for now.
Man, huge slam to the back end. That's the 9 to the 99. Wilkerson out of the pocket. Lines up with Rowe. Top side, Drew Jewell. A lot of damage on him. What's it gonna be coming down off exit? So many contenders, so many stories. Who will have that final chapter written?
John, we talked about guys getting their second heat ticket. Thornquist has popped up in the last couple laps as a true contender for his third. Up top, though, Rowe taking the lead from Wilkerson. Champagne to the middle, almost out of control.
Icing, dicing, making it work. Rowe lined in, Wilkerson lined in. Cootie, Champagne, Mosteller, Barbagallo. That's the top six. Any question of concern you may have thought of, out the door, because Sean Rowe's got PBR on the train looking for the win.
There's two trains now. The bottom line has formed up. They're trying to go after those top side guys, and they're starting to. Cootie with a huge push to Wilkerson. He gets a draft off Rowe. Right up to his bumper, up top, going for the lead.
Yeah, he's got something working. Justin Champagne sitting catbird on the outside. Mosteller in the hole. Looks top, inside, middle, 3 wide. Just like that, it so quickly changes, and Jacob Wilkerson's got the boat off the winning island, has to head all the way to the back of the line.
The first wrong move he's made today at this point. Up front, Rowe, Champagne, Thornquist joins Mosteller on that high side. Barbagallo giving him a push.
Wow. I mean, what? Just another big chain of events, another big change. So there's 3 groups. Let's talk about that. Inside row, outside row. Nobody wants the middle. Most great move. But you got that third lane way back. They're saying, we've seen enough internet issues. We've seen enough great racing. I want to see the great race at the end, which requires me in it. What spot, Jarrett, would you like to be in? Up front, middle, in the main group, or in the back?
I'd want to be in the back of this front group because you can at least see what's going on. You're in contention, but you're seeing the way these guys are slicing dice. Look at Mosteller go low on that one.
That's
You're
a bold
seeing that.
move.
You're seeing them do that. I don't want to be in the middle of that just yet with 80 laps left.
Let's start circling names. Demos has been known for being aggressive. The running joke, the nickname Dirty Demos. Most of the fans don't like that. Why? Because he is the fan favorite. Chad Thornquist, his last win before a dry spell, he swung and took out maybe about, 10, 12 guys to win. Didn't sit well with many. Cootie, we know his story. Champagne, we know his story. Baker, we know his story. I don't think there's anyone up inside this top 8, minus Max Steinmeier, that is known for being overly aggressive. If you don't know Barbagallo, get to know him quickly, because he will do things when it matters the most. 79 to go.
Thornquist now with the lead up top. Champagne, though, grabs it down low with a push from the 9 car. Both try to clear. They can't. Has to leave him. 3 wide. Contact with the 50 and the 9.
Chad Thornquist is rubbing fenders and is tired of being called a has-been. I talked to him privately. He said, I'm tired of it. It's time to be talking about who will be, and that will be me in the 50. Check back to what I talked about earlier. His first e-ticket win came here with the Next-Gen. Guess what? He drove a Ford. His second e-ticket win, the Brickyard. He drove a Chevrolet. Can he complete the trio, get the Triple Crown, and win with all 3 different manufacturers?
He's going to have to hold up this high side. Steinmeier leading them with Mosteller now. That Jumpman car cut off by the Dr. Pepper car.
Yeah, that's 2 teammates right there, allies at hand. Everywhere I look, I see PBR working together. What's the miss here? Well, Mosteller has an alliance with them. They've always been friends. They've always had fun. Zach Todrick's on the outside. So if you really see it, it's 4 guys tucked in nose to tail. If Todd and Demos stay in line, there's the turbulent air Chad Thornquist has got to deal with. And I'm telling you right now, he's screaming at Barbagala to stay on the back bumper. We haven't seen an engine issue, though. Not
yet.
once, but that 17 has not added any clean air in at least 2 or 3 laps.
Lap traffic they're coming up on. That's Jackson Carr gets out of the way up top. Rowe, Thornquist side by side again for the lead. That 99 just keeping his nose out front.
It's dicey, it's icy, it's exciting. You're watching back at home. This may be one of the more memorable e-ticket events, no matter how you see it. Look at this pack coming down off exit. At least maybe 23 cars deep with a line of machines in the back half of it. You come to 76 laps to go this time by. Wow. This is what we're talking about. This is NR Night in America Racing. This is what an e-ticket is.
And you're seeing that 9 car again, turning the wick up. He tries to pick up Thornquist this time instead of working against him. Not going to work for now. Top 3 or 4, single file up top.
Yeah, look at Sean Rowe, 12 of 112. He, I wouldn't say struggled early on. He was up there, but he wasn't out there making the big, bold moves like you're starting to see now. Most to the outside, right on board with him. He's got company. Rose to dice. He puts himself in play. Mosteller slides to the inside, and the crowd rises to their feet.
Not gonna finish the job just yet. That 99 has help from the 50. They're getting squirrely up towards the front. Keep it together though. Rowe with the lead.
Big time move just right there. Looking at Pinky. Oh, there goes Delgado right into Will Shack. 2, 3 machines involved as it looks like Champagne just got on the horse and pumped the brakes. Caution will wave the 2-car incident, 2 Fords. No, a Ford and a Chevrolet. They did not need to see that caution. They could have gone all the way home.
They could have, but time to take a breath.
Wow. You know what? We're talking about the drivers and what they're feeling. We're not supposed to talk about this because it technically breaks the 4th wall of broadcasting. Jared, what are you feeling up here in the booth?
Intense. That's what I'm feeling. I know it's probably stock emotion at that point to have at Talladega, but I feel like I'm getting the meat sweats the way that I'm watching this race and just heart pumping the entire time. These guys, they're more aggressive than they were at the start, and we didn't think that was possible.
You know what I understand as a broadcaster that does in-person and sim? You can understand the energy of your color commentator or your lead very well just off of how they deliver things. This race, if you get the opportunity to look back, I said it, you said it, we sat here for 30 minutes, we're like, we're not worried. It's gonna be a fun event, everyone's excited, I'm excited. No butterflies, nothing to worry. Race starts, good old e-ticket action, right?
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, when things started having problems with the drivers and ourselves, it's almost like you hear a pin drop here in the booth for about a moment. And you can hear it in my voice, you can hear it in your voice. We're not gonna breathe the true sigh of relief until it's all done.
No, there's so much time.
But, wow. This is a story that's been told that can be told from a driver standpoint, a viewer standpoint, and a broadcaster standpoint. That's what makes the Alabama 500 right now so consistent. And for Will Shack, that will be a nice and unfortunate goodbye. Christian Delgado, I think that's his 2nd incident he's been a part of. Let's watch it again. 3 wide top side. He put himself in the wall. Does he get into anyone, or does Baker? I'd hate for it to be netcode. I mean, I don't think it was netcode. That's just Delgado not paying attention. That's the 2nd time
but
today.
I want to bring something up, though. John, we are at least in the central time zone almost at 10 o'clock at night. We have 74 laps left of this 500-mile race. And while Talladega, no matter what you look at, it's not the most physically demanding, it is the most mentally demanding track to have. And as we get later, this might be the latest e-ticket we've had since the 2021 NWP 400.
Get out of here.
How much of an issue is that mentally for these drivers?
That's huge.
That lapse of concentration, getting tired throughout. I mean, it's been a long night so far, and we still have nearly half this race to go.
You know what? You mentioned that, and now that I'm sitting here, I realize it's almost 10 o'clock on the Central Time. It's almost 11 on the East Coast. We had a 500-mile race at Michigan that ended pretty early. 500 miles at Auto Club that everyone thought was going to be the longest e-ticket ever, ended pretty early. Florida 500, we thought that was going to take forever, ended pretty early. We have 74 laps to go. But the thing is, it doesn't feel long, maybe because we're wired, right?
Yeah.
We are just wired in. The drivers are wired in, but you can definitely see that the fatigue is coming in. You've had caution. Some drivers, we've talked to them. I heard that Chad Thornquist, when he went to go get repairs, he quickly grabbed the Pop-Tart because he was hungry. We haven't had that opportunity.
Nope.
We're going to go all the way to the end. We're not moving off this booth. But as a driver, you're right. It's mentally draining. And what makes it even sweeter for them, they know the longer it takes, the more they're going to be thinking about winning. And even with 74 laps to go, I have to ask, what is that last-ditch effort move going to be? Is it going to be controversial? Is it going to be something we love? Is it going to be something we talk about forever? I'm going to be honest here. And I'm going to be honest to the chat. We started the first 30 laps, and the first thing I'm thinking of is, this is the greatest e-ticket event we have ever had. Then the internet issues on the driver's side happened. I was like, whoa. I keep having to bring it up because it's such an important part of this broadcast, this race.
Of course.
Then we had the issues. I went, oh my gosh, this is the worst e-ticket event we've ever had. Now I'm here, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be one of the greatest e-tickets we have ever had. It's going back and forth, back and forth. I don't want to compare it to any race that we've had in person, but it has been something that you can just sit and watch. The lights are back off. Story time. Here, Baker looking for his third. Max Steinmeier looking for his first. Huge underdog. Zach Todrick back after a long break. Inside looking for his first. Wilkerson, multi-time winner. Iconic paint scheme looking for his first. Can the man of the hour, as of this hour, Chad Thornquist, run away with the 30 tickets somehow, some way? He's there in 6th. Matthew Brower, a huge wreck he caused earlier in the running. He's back in position. It's Lane Sanders. Oh my goodness, Lane Sanders, the hometown driver.
He stayed in it.
We all know the stories with Lane Sanders. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. We don't have to say it. Because if you were here in 23, you knew what people talked about him, how they talked about him. And here he is. Every driver, every opportunity is at hand. You're down to the final 36 racing, maybe 31 that have a legit shot at winning. And you still have 72 laps to go. Sargent dropping the 279. He's excited, and we all know you back at home, ready to get back going. Underway from Talladega.
Even restart between Steinmeier and Baker. 23 with a slight edge. Push from the 43. Baker now a push from the 11. They keep it even in 1 and 2.
Vijaya Kumar up to 13th. He's mostly flown under the radar in this race. He's lined in and looking for something daring, maybe grueling. Josh Lilly, James Thurston, they've also arrived on the scenes. Looking for a big-time move, but we can't keep our eyes off that 9. Locked and loaded, Team TCB on the inside.
He's going to go side by side for the 3rd position. They're pushing Wilkerson up top. Steinmeier blocks again. That opens the door for Mosteller.
Lined up, shootout. Some guys stuck 3 wide on the outside. Abraham Vila up to 12th. They got a brand new clip on that one machine, didn't they? Wow. Unbelievable stuff. Abraham Vila was out of this race at one point, it looked like. Multiple laps down. Mose climbs the elevator to the outside lane. Right now, Vila could also be looking for his first e-ticket. Jumpman leading off too.
Steinmeier, Wilkerson, Brower, and Cootie. Those 4 trying to break from the pack. Mosteller with a push from Baker, and Champagne trying to catch him back up. And here's Todrick down low.
Yeah, Todd's ready to roll. He's ready to go to that outside, possibly with the other Toyota at hand. That would be still Chad Thornquist. Sanders in tow. More machines behind in tow, that being Beckman and Sierra Clamper. but PBR has led the most laps. We have had what feels like over 100 lead changes, but probably reaching 50. And this race still has a ways to go. Chevy top, Toyota bottom, 70 to do it.
Brower in third tried to make the move. Mosteller was having none of it, left him out to dry. You watch him fall back here. Mosteller, though, going for the lead, has the lead now with a push from TCB.
Josh Kenyon's arrived on the scene. I continue to say that tonight because it's a comer and goer type of race. Baker nailed to the back end of the Chevrolet, swaps to the bottom, leaves the 9 out to dry, and has good old Matt Steinmeier right with him. Never mind, he says, I wasn't leading you, Demos, just wanted the lead.
And he had the lead for a moment. Steinmeier now trying to get it back from him, but that 9 car, a good pusher, and he has Champagne, he has Vila, those 4 trying to pull away from the rest.
What a race. What a ride these guys have all been through. Abraham Vila on the outside lane. Justin Champagne tucks into the bottom. Slam the door there on Matt Steinmeier. Opens it there for Josh Kenyon. Baker to the inside. Champagne swipes top. I mean, talk about not having any friends here today. He looks to do it all on his own.
Cooney with a great save. Clampert with one as well. These drivers, though, are driving selfish in the best way. A block from Baker to Champagne. They go up the track. Steinmeier looking low out of 4.
Well, what a race, what a ride. 3, 4 rows deep. We haven't mentioned Tyler in a while, let's do it again. Tyler Tinsley's the reason why there's a payout for this race, and usually when there's a payout, they get even more aggressive. They'll look forward to it days ahead. They'll tailgate in the Discord, talking about who could win, if they could win, if they're a driver. Tin Can Designs, you want to hit them up at Tyler Tinsley in the Discord. Link to that is in the description below. Our Discord, that is, the IDK Player YouTube channel one. Tyler Tinsley could make you a paint scheme. Commissions are open and available. So thankful for all the great support from viewers, sponsors. Thank you, Jarrett, for being here as well, taking time out of your day. 68 laps to go, signal filed out. Who are you thinking is still the favorite here?
Well, at first I was saying Wilkerson, but he has fallen all the way back to 14th. The only one out of line right now is Cootie. We have a train race up towards the front and throughout the pack. I got to say, those front 3, they're the ones who have emerged in the late stages of this race to be the ones to beat.
I want to talk about this driver, Abraham Vila. Let's go just quickly pull the stats up here. 39th, 4th, and it's really been like that most of this race. But what makes Vila interesting is if it wasn't for the internet issues of drivers for us to throw it yellow, and the internet issue, or should we say server issue, check that, server issue, because the internet was fine, of us, he wouldn't be in this race still. He was 3 laps down, but because of the wave arounds and drivers coming to pit road all the time to top off, he was able to make it back up. If he goes to victory lane, he can thank one server and one company, that being iRacing. I'm telling you right now, he's going to be a loyal customer if he finds that checker flag.
But that's just how it breaks sometimes. Sometimes you get some good luck in these super speedway races and it gets you in contention.
Here on the outside, that's Josh Louie. Here's another one that I thought he was done for, right? Say goodnight, sweet prince. You look cool. Oh, Vila cut the outside wall. Right now, he's in an area also that Vila was in. He looked to be out of it. Long green flag run was about to come up. Server problems. Another position and situation where you say, if you're a driver and you get handed an opportunity, you must take it. If you don't, you're just never going to win. And how many guys can say they're thankful for those spur-of-the-moment cautions? We're not exactly sure, but we are noticing one thing. Some of these guys are hearing want the green flag run. You know why? They come to pit road, they'll have green flag stops. Historically, they've spread on out because of it at Talladega. Instead of it being decided amongst 30-something left, they want it to be decided amongst 10, 15, maybe even less. As a driver, who would you want to pit with?
Again, those top 5 or so, top 4 or 5, they are the ones who have the most experience winning these kind of races, running up front in these kind of races. I want to go with them, but deal is down low. You see it, that bottom line forming up. They're not giving up. They're not only not giving up, they're going to the front.
Look at Joey Stone. Another great story. You know what? This is going to be story time for a little bit. Joey joins the drivers meeting, and he seemed very cocky. oh man, was every driver ready to rip him a new one, and they very much did. They said, hey, didn't you want that bottom line at Dover on lap 1, and said, oh, that's everyone else's fault. Hey, weren't you the guy that wrecked that Talladega at Enter Night last year, and when you did, you, on your live stream, you looked like you actually hit the wall with your face cam. They were throwing him under the bus. You know what Joey did? I'm not going to say anything. You know why I'm not going to say anything? Because when it comes down to it, I want to be there in the kick machine. I want to be there so I can then go back and say, what were you laughing at?
They're not laughing now. They're
definitely not laughing now. He's at 7.
They had to block him, cut off that momentum. He and that whole bottom line have become a serious threat to finish this race, and now they have serious contenders in that line.
It's looking big, and the best part about Enter Night in America, we have viewers from all around, really the world. We have viewers from Argentina, Japan, even Canada. Well, as a Canadian viewer, you may be saying, I wish there was someone I could root for. How about Vijaya Kumar up to 4th? The driver of the North trying to get it done down south in Sweet Home, Alabama. This is Proddy's first attempt at an e-ticket event, and oh boy, is he making up time.
And now he locks bumpers with Justin Champagne going to the lead. He's going to push him to the lead now out of 4.
It's getting dicey. It's getting icy. Josh Lilly 13th. Davis Lewis 14th. Max Steinmeier shuffled back to 16th. It's Daniel Mostelli, your race leader, but it's game on with 62 to go.
We got a lap or two. Remember what happened last time we went past the lap car at this track? It looks to be Burns, I believe, going up high. Now back down low, nowhere to go, and he's going to hold up the pack. They have to go down to the apron to pass him.
Justin Champagne, what a move. The pass on the apron. Second time he's done that in a Talladega event. Are you kidding me?
All the momentum on the bottom gone, but they're still trucking, they're still chugging, they're still going. Great move by Champagne.
I can't believe it. He did that in the garage, guys, $4.99. He now does this in the 2024 Alabama 500. He is just poised for victory lane.
He's trying, he's going, he is flying towards the front, looking up high, he almost loses it.
And for Spencer Burns, from what we're hearing, there was an incident so far off the pace, they weren't going to throw a yellow for it. He is in the same spot he was around lap 29 and has to dig himself out of another hole. It's all TCB leading down off turn 2.
He's got Mosteller, Vila, Rowe, and Page behind him now. Top 5, top 6. There's Thurston back up into the fight. They're just trying to log laps.
This event has been exciting. It's been fun. You see River Page in the all black and purple pearlescent Monster Energy Ford Mustang. He's here. He's ready to race. Josh Kenyon's there in 9th. Unbelievable. I still can't get over Champagne did that. And look where he is, back in the top 5, maybe looking 6, with 60 laps to go.
And you know what? Disrespectful move by the lap car to get out of the way, but they handled it the best way possible. No one crashed, no one having any problems from this point forward. Now Cootie pushing Champagne forward off 2.
I mean, Burns was so slow he could have just jumped onto the apron. The problem is it separated the pack tremendously. This is Group 1. This is now Group 2, and they can't get formed up. I think the lap car of Burns have put a lot of guys in a tough situation where you start saying, one caution does change things up, but you could not get a caution possibly. Green flag pit stops, they're on the way.
Yeah, 60 to go, coming to 59 to go. We come up on more lap traffic on the bottom. They're going to hold their line this time as Champagne goes past them in a much less flashy way.
Page 6, Cootie 7th, James Thurston 8th, the gold number 4 racing around in golden hour. Jacob Wilkerson back to 10th, top 4, top 6. Look at this, Jarrett. All that inside lane. I don't think Champagne can push through all that turbulent air for a big reason. Kenyon's not leaving the side of Thurston's not leaving the side of the other machines up in front of him. And what it's going to do is it's going to get tough to pass.
Mosteller's on his own, goes up to the lead.
Says thank you very much. Baker performed the same move earlier, and just like that, Look at the inside lane. Andrew Cootie on a line. As quick as I said it was going to be tough to break through. They're back wheel to wheel.
Statement move by Daniel Mosteller and under 60 to go. Baker right with them. Vila looked to want to go with them. Not going to do anything just yet, though.
Lane Sanders.
Oh, contact. Cootie looked to be getting into somebody. I couldn't see who it was, but there was a little contact mid-pack.
He's lined up with Wilkerson and Lane Sanders. He's got Sanders right on his nose. If someone is as nervous as they could be, it's the driver in the 86. You want to win an e-ticket event, but you want to win at a home track. This is your opportunity to look, to peak. Baker inside, lined up with Rowe, and the big shuffle the deck happens. Baker locks it in. Rowe, I don't think he's going to be able to get Kenyon up there. Do you sit? Do you wait? Oh,
he's going for it.
No, Cootie's thinking about it. Just like that, they couldn't catch the train, and they may be headed backwards.
And it's going to be Kenyon, the odd man out. Wilkerson goes with Cootie and Rowe, but they're all falling back because this top side, too powerful.
Wow. They're on. It's game on, and this is what it's about.
They managed to even make train racing entertaining and exciting.
Because the thing is, in NR Night, they don't like sitting in line. They think it's boring, unless it's on a strategy. And Demos is like, I'm not just going to sit behind a Hot Wheels 25. I'm going for the lead. The iconic 9 machine, he goes for it again. Just lunges to the inside and takes the lead right back. You're just smiling right now because you can tell nobody just wants to be second in line. They want to lead. They want to have the chat talking about them. Best part, all of them have the live chat open. They can peek over. They can see them hearing and what's going on. We got two drivers that have a little bit of an ego to them. Both iconic paint schemes. Demos with his iconic number 9. It's all red. This time it's purple for Cherry Coat. TCB, iconic 25, back with the Hot Wheels. Abraham Vila, I think he's saying, I'm just happy to be here. If you're going to wreck, do it behind me.
You said that we're smiling. I don't know about you, John. I feel like a little kid watching this. Every move is calculated. Here goes Baker down to the bottom. On his own. Takes the lead. Clears up right in front of Demos. Top 5. Still pulling away from the rest of them. Sanders might be trying to get a run.
I think Lane is in a hurry. Let's look back to Group 2 here for just a moment. Sierra Clampert not gaining time. Matter of fact, they're losing a lot of time. And this is where the strategy comes in. You know what? We're going to hit all corners of the 4-leaf clover tonight. We're going to have the system failures, the hard-fought race in the 3-wide, 4-wide, and we're missing that final one. You know what it is? Strategy. And here it is, ready to be unfolded. Single file isn't just because they want to wait around and burn last. They know pit road, it's coming, and it's coming quick.
And another contender falls out as Demos goes down low, trying to make the move again. This time, does he have it? He does.
Yeah, very much so.
But a big thing with a contender here, that other group has Andrew Cootie now in it. It's a 15-car pack, single file at the front, and they're just seeing people just fall away.
Yeah, they're falling back pretty quickly, and I want to point something out. You can give a lot of, crap to Andrew Cootie all you want. You can not like him as a driver. One, great person, okay? I want to point that out. An amazing guy to talk to. But number 2, if there is an objective to go from Group 2 to Group 1 and form them together, Andrew Cootie is going to be your right-hand man because he will make it work every single time. Back to turn 3 with 54 to go. Yeah, it's just a shuffle of the deck in this top 2. They're not going to stop this whatsoever. James Thurston's back there in 5th. He's actually dropped back a tad with Matthew Brower. They may have something to say.
John, I'm going to ask you this. Are these guys up here, are they just playing with their food? Are they just having fun with it?
Oh, they're definitely having fun. They're just excited also to be here, but they know staying single file to them is not the most exciting thing. And they also know they got to pit soon. It's almost like right now when they're not in turn 3, it's, hey, Lane, we're pitting this lap. Joey, we're pitting this lap. If you don't pit this lap and we get a caution, I'm not working with you. How do I know this? Because I've heard it before. You may get a caution. You may not get a caution. We just had a ton of cautions. I thought we were never going to get long green flag runs. And then all of a sudden you just sit, wait, think, and realize, oh, all these drivers can talk to each other. I guarantee you Demos and Baker are saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to go for it off turn 3. If you don't give me the opportunity, I know we're good friends. I know we're allies. We're teammates. Don't work with me late because I'm not going to work with you late. Vila, Page on the same page, no pun intended. Abraham, Vila, Sanders, this should be working together. I don't see where this main group loses from 15th on forward.
No, as they stay green, it's one of these guys. They have separated themselves, whether it be through the issues with Burns in the pack, whether it be through just working better together. They have separated themselves as the true contenders that you see. That other pack trying to hook it on the bottom, can't do it. Here goes Baker again, gonna take the lead again from Mosteller. Very tight squeeze.
How much they've broken away. I mean, it was what, a top 20 group at one point?
It was more than the top 20. And now the back guy of Wilkerson, the dominant car of this day, has about a
Really in 23rd.
He has a 6-second gap back to Beckman, and they're still falling, and they're falling fast. Look at the time that these guys are losing, racing each other and trying to get in the right order.
I went back all the way to Xander McKinney. He's around the 23rd position. Was it that big what Burns did? I mean, I didn't see a wreck. Did you see a wreck? I didn't see a wreck at all.
I don't know about a wreck, but he slowed down a lot of those contenders. See some getting into the wall. Demo's looking low again. Does he make it happen this time?
Yeah, he's got it for sure. Baker's going to back off for him. This is something that's going to happen until green flag pit stop, so it's more of just a look and watch. I think Vila's getting bold. I think he's thinking, I can do this too. But what about Sean Rowe? I look up and down. He's back in 14th. He was someone that got bold to try it. It didn't work. But wow, crazy to think. Spencer Burns, we could talk about him. He's polarizing. Viewers love him when he's not being polarizing. Others, they have choice words to say. But right there, in my opinion, did you think he could have gotten to the apron and this race could be completely different?
Yeah, he could have, and they might have had a wreck later because of how many cars would have been up there. But yeah, he could have. He could have, and that's, I think, the frustrating part of this whole deal.
Well, if you're from Alabama, you're from the central Alabama area as well. Lane Sanders, that's your guy. And for a big no, he is there, he is waiting, he is looking. And the cool thing about it is he knows how badly he wants to win here, and he wants to see you all win. You're seeing it too. Look who's dropping back. This is now 16th Max Steinmeier that has picked up that back half group. This is Jacob Wilkerson, but didn't you just see Justin Champagne laying off? No,
yep.
Good reason why.
Makes the move down low. Kenyon goes with him. Does anyone else make a move though? Yep, we got Thornquist there. 3 cars on the bottom trying to make this interesting. The rest, they're going to stick with the train.
They don't want to go anywhere. I think they're tired of seeing the color yellow because at the same time, you get a caution, you put them all back in play. And it's going to take a lot for Max Steinmeier and Cooney to close back in. They have stopped the bleeding, and from 12 seconds back, they're up to 10 and 9. But give it what? 8, 9, I would say even more than 9 laps, maybe even 15 laps till they arrive on the scene?
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, look at these guys in the bottom. 5 cars on the bottom. There are lap cars they're coming up on that can get a draft on, and they're moving. They're making their way up. Champagne ditches them.
Yeah, that's their leader again. And Justin, I hate to say it, he's so selfish. He's such a selfish driver, but that's what makes him so good. He's one of the few guys that can be selfish and still come up out front. Now, I know if we have an interview with him at the end of this race, he's going to call me out for calling him out, but it's true. It somehow works. I guarantee you Kenyon and Chad Thurgers are thinking, are you kidding me? Did he really just leave us out to dry?
But look who else gained in that. Wilkerson gained in it. Now Champagne tries to make a move again. The door's closed though. He can't get back up, but Wilkerson was all the way at the back of this 15-car pack. He is going to be 7th once it shuffles through. No, he lets Champagne in. He'll be 8th.
Carlos Truther 1 lap down. He was multiple laps down at the time of the server crashing, but good news, he's back, and well, he's going to need a caution if he wants to go ahead and win this race. Champagne, Wilkerson, Matthew Brower, single file, Team TCB up front. Abraham Vila, I just love talking about him because he's doing such a great thing right now. And when you're a driver, you're 3 laps down and you're thinking, I'm done. It's over. I just lost the event. Vila has not been that guy. He's been the guy that is, no. I've been in far worse
I'm seeing an issue here, John. We might lose another one. Joey Stone, about 4/10 off of this pack. He was falling back. That's the thing you got to watch. These guys in the back are starting to fall off the pack, and eventually you're going to start losing some of them.
Yeah, he just got back in. He had a wiggle coming off exit that dropped him back. Let's go to Max Steinmeier, though. I mean, they're not too far back.
Yeah,
12. Yeah, they're pretty.
They're
far
10 seconds back.
Yeah, they're trying everything they can to go in and close the gap. It's not working out too well. The thing is, though, this is Group 1, but they're with a lot of lap machines, which is what I'm realizing. All these guys behind them are lap cars. This is Group 2 that they need to catch up to then further the train to the front group. This is Burrows, Clamper, Jason Beckman is not in this group. Beckman's right here. They are doing well because of the lap traffic. These are the guys that, A, need to get to the front because they want to go for the win, and B, others that need to get to the front so they can get their lap.
Yeah, but you need the numbers. You need the numbers, and unfortunately for them, this 15-car group, which is separated a ton, Justin Champagne, almost a second between him and the top 6. They need to gain numbers to catch up to the rest of these guys. Champagne might be coming with a huge head of steam to pass him.
Yeah, this is done on purpose. 199, 200, he's back up there. Drew Jua let me know about something. He wasn't happy with how Justin Champagne raced. You know what he did? He got down to 185 in the middle of the pack and stacked them up on purpose. I said he was selfish. I don't think you can get any more selfish as a driver than that. He was trying to force the issue of a yellow without actually causing the yellow itself. But right now, you can't take one thing away from him. He's one of the smartest drivers in this field. Watch this run heading to turn 1.
He's going to make the move down low. No one goes with him. Can he clear lane? He cannot. He makes contact.
Oh my gosh.
And he is going to go straight to the back if no one jumps out with him.
And you know why no one jumped out with him?
Because he's selfish.
Because he's a selfish driver, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's a good thing. But look how far back he's falling. We might need to watch this real quick. He fell back a ton. Looking at the interval now, half a second off this main pack. That might have cost him. So we'll see it now. Can he catch up? That's him in the back. Joey Stone, the last one on this group.
I don't know.
He might have just cost him. If this goes green, that could have cost him the race.
Green flag racing and strategy at Talladega is just chess, no luck. It's if you go ahead and make a move, you can explain to yourself later on why you didn't win the race. Justin Champagne is losing all that time because he was selfish to Josh Kenyon and Chad Thornquist. So when the opportunity came again, they said, no, man.
And look at the interval. He is 3 seconds off. He's got to hope that that backpack can catch him and push him up.
That is just unbelievable. And Steinmeier's 13 seconds back. He's not closing in. He needs Clamper and Burrows to help out. Justin.
I'll ask you this, John. I know we're talking about Vermont. You are so far back. If you're Steinmeier, Cootie, Beckman, Joey's starting to fall off a little bit. If you're one of them, do you go back to Clamper, Burrows in that group of 4 and try and gain the numbers, catch these other guys, and draft up through the last 42 laps?
I do not for one reason. I, A, have enough cars to catch, but for whatever reason, they're not synchronized. You have another one in view. You need someone very aggressive to push behind you to make up that time. And B, green flag stops are on the way. You know what that means? These guys will get split up. Someone's going to make a mistake. You go back to catch Clamper, that's an extra 4 seconds. Let's say there's a mistake, caution doesn't come out. Instead of it being a 12-car pack up front for the win, it then gets separated to a 10-car pack, maybe an 8-car pack, maybe a 6-car pack. Next thing you know, when you come on pit road with the lap machines, you could have the better odds of catching up. So I don't go back. I say Clamper and Burrows, get on your horse.
This is not a good thing for those guys behind them. Though at least one of those lap guys might stay with them, might not. But if they catch any more numbers, they're in trouble. I mean, look at Champagne. No one's going with them. That's just causing even more problems for this group. They're going to fall even further back. But behind Joey Stone alone, they are 12 seconds back.
I said it a lot. I will say it again. Either you want to have friends or you want to have to be the foe. Justin Champagne is public enemy number 1 in this long green flag run, and all that information was relayed to them. They didn't wait for Justin. They said, get out of my way. That's twice now. Big wake-up call to guys like Wilkerson. Big wake-up call to guys like Vila. Be the best friend now until the last lap. Pit road, it's open. Drew Jew is in.
No, I believe he is off the lead lap. Top guys, at least, when you look at this top pack, you got 14, maybe 15. I think they picked up a lap car behind Joey Stone.
Yeah, they definitely did.
So they gained even more numbers to this.
No, yes, Saladon Contreras.
But if you're Joey, I mean, you keep falling back like that. You just saw a cautionary tale in Justin Champagne fall away from this pack. You've got to stay with them. I don't know if it's handling. I don't know if it's just antsiness wanting to go, but Joey keeps falling off of this pack.
Yeah, I don't think he likes staying in line for multiple reasons. One, he's streaming on Kick. And for an entertainer standpoint, sitting in line doesn't help, including when you're at the tail end of one. But number two, you got to think about it. What's more entertaining than winning an e-ticket event? Sit, ride. It's been exciting all day. Every viewer is antsy to see what the strategy will be like. Lane Sanders also very antsy. Do these guys want to go? Half yes, half no, in my opinion. But you gotta wait and brace for pit road. If I'm Joey, I'm thinking to myself, remember how it feels to go from 200 miles per hour to 55. Because if you don't prepare for that now mentally, your race may be lost.
And you're seeing, while they play up front, these guys are having gaps between them. You see Lane Sanders look low again, gets let back in line. These guys towards the back of it, they want to position themselves higher because they also know if you're higher up in this group, instead of, like you're say Barbagallo, instead of half a second being your leeway of problems you can have to stay with this group, if you're Demos, you got a second and a half. If you have a long pit stop, go through your stall, do something like that, you can stay with this group still.
It's going to be one tough situation to see. Stone, Trull, Thornquist, Kenyon, Barbagallo, Rowe, Matthew Brower, Jacob Wilkerson. We sit, we wait. I'm looking back. They may be catching Clamper, or Clamper may be catching them technically. Everyone that's 15th on back. So if they do link up with them, great. Another thing is, do you undercut or overcut this? I'd say you do an overcut just to see, and then come to pit road.
I would say so too, because if the rest of them pit, you can trap them a lap down maybe. If you pit later, I would try and trap people in the back. I mean, you're looking at these guys from 15th on back, and there are some heavy hitters. Steinmeier has been up there all day. Cootie, Champagne, we talked about, Burrows. I'd want to trap my competition when I can. Put your foot on their throat.
Here's an update. Drivers out. Jackson Carr, Chad Hornish, James Beaumont, Frank Corley, Kenny Rill, Michael Mitchell, who really flew under the radar from that one, was out of lap 97. Mulvick, Gavin Austin, and Riker Byron. We're down to 34 drivers left racing here in the Alabama 500. If you're just coming in and saying, wow, this is calm, this is interesting. Joey almost pit by himself.
Oh my God, they faked him.
That's gonna hurt him. He just lost it.
I think those top guys were trying to fake him. They went down like they were about to pit, and you see now Thurston is left out of line as well in this. Joey
trouble. Matthew Brower outside wall. Caution will wave.
Throw it all out the window.
And the green flag stop will not come. You look around, you peek. I think Chad Thornquist got a piece of it.
You see, they went down. We're watching the replay on our end. They went down and they faked out Joey and they faked out others.
Oh, this is go time.
Yeah, at this point, you fuel it up and go straight, just right to the finish.
Poor Matthew Brower. He was running well. He was running well. He was doing everything he needed to do to be in position. But it did not work.
This changes everything.
Yeah, it does. Look at the damage on that time.
They faked them out a little too well, I think.
Well, let's go back and let's see exactly what happened. Sean Rowe, Matthew Brower, they're lined in. James Thurston. You see Chad Thornquist was really getting aggressive.
Oh, he tried to get back in line. It just wasn't clear.
That's exactly what happened. Different point of view. This is probably the best point of view. Thurston got in and just, destroyed any momentum the 10 had. That's not going to be good for Thurston because you know he's going to get at least an L1.
And maybe being faked out and falling away from this pack might have been the best thing for Joey Stone tonight.
You know what? Sometimes you need the Talladega gods, I guess you could say. Is that a good term?
I just say
interesting term.
The gods, the roll of the dice, whatever way you want to put it.
Just on his side, because you know he would have been right in the thick of it. Money stop time. It's on pit road. It's wide open. You got to come in. You have no choice but to come in, and this is probably going to bring him the rest of the way. I'm not sure off overtime, if we get an overtime. But this is going to be the big play day right here. Left side tires. I think some of these guys might be just taking rights. Definitely fill it up all the way. But if you're going to fill it up all the way, you might as well take 4.
With how long that run went, how many do we have on the lead lap that we can look at with these guys?
We are looking at, I want to say 23.
We've whittled this down.
We've trapped a lot of lap down from that. I guarantee you some of them are going to stay out for the free pass. Because they know another caution's coming.
Yeah, but if it doesn't happen right away, you're right at the end of this fuel run.
Or maybe, actually, I'm going to retract that. There's only 23 guys. We may not get another caution. You know why? Someone's going to queue and say, let's not wreck. Instead of having 34 go for the win, let's have 23 go for the win. I guarantee you someone's going to say it. We may not have another caution. This is going to get really good.
So we got Baker, Vila, Mosteller, Page, and Wilkerson, your fast 5.
Well, we sit. It is calm now, but next time by, we get the 1 to go. Jarrett, what a race.
What a race.
We're still just at awe about this night. We're closing past golden hour. We're heading to sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to hit darkness anytime soon, but I mean, these are some pretty long shadows these cars are casting.
I'll tell you one thing. From now to the checkered flag, we're really only going to keep an eye on the race lead. So Abraham Vila, does he make the great comeback story? Would not be in this position if it wasn't for the iRacing server issues for so many drivers where we were forced to throw a couple safety yellows. Justin's not too happy with Wilkerson.
Not at all.
River Page has won a lot of races in the next gen. He's due for an e-ticket win. I'll give it that. Young driver, but can he get it done against these veterans? Baker, Mosteller, Carlos Truther. He's going to be trapped a lap down.
Is he falling back or did he run out of
he's
fuel?
Definitely falling back. I don't think he's out. This is big, ladies and gentlemen. We've been looking at the line chat. Want to give a big thanks to everyone watching back at home, everyone that's super chat or became a member of the YouTube channel, everybody that's dropped a like on this live stream. For everyone that's watching, it's going to be an hour and ever. 33 laps to go. We'll restart with 32. You are watching the Alabama 500. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg. Jarrett, this is it.
Well, I know you can't win the race with 32 to go when we go green, but you sure can put yourself in position.
Oh, you can put yourself in position.
Look who is right behind Baker.
Demos, he's always been in that position. I'm telling you.
He's with them.
I'm telling you, the chat went nuts, spamming 9 and screaming when Demos won his first e-ticket. If you're a fan of the most popular driver in NASCAR Night in America, keep your eyes glued. Because I think if he wins this one, they're going to burn the entire Discord down.
And after putting himself in position behind Demos, there's Wilkerson, who's been probably, I would say in the first 2/3, the best driver of the night.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. The 1 to go. Talladega. Thurston, Sanders, Wilkerson, Page, Garmacalo, Steinmeier, Beckman, Cootie. It's one race to remember. Well, we've been saying that, I think, since lap 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're at this point. We've been live 3.5 hours, which is normal, but we're approaching midnight on the East Coast.
Well, that's the big thing about midnight. Cinderella stories, they strike midnight.
Yep.
And for, I think, about 42 of them, their story will be coming to an end. around that hour. Chevy on Chevy, row number 1. Chevy on Ford, row number 2. Crowd on their feet. You know how exciting it's been. You know you want to see the checkered flag. Let's do it. 32 laps to go in the Alabama 500.
Most gives the push to Baker. Top 2 now again as they were before the caution. Wilkerson with them. Bottom line has the advantage.
They've already split away from anyone that's behind Joey Stone. Baker jumps to the outside with Vila, and Vila's already got Page in line. Baker to the inside with the swipe. Lines up with Mosteller, trying to play the Pied Piper. Inside, outside, inside, outside. He's got the middle at hand, and no one can find a way around the 25.
Blocking Vila up to the wall, but here comes Mosteller on the bottom with Wilkerson. Gonna get the run right underneath the 25. No playing at the front now, just battling for the win.
All eyes on the front half of the field. Mosteller the lead, blocks the 25 top. Wilkerson to the inside. We'll have help from James Thurston. Kenyon a shot there to Thurston. Also Sean Rose on the inside, making it 3 wide. Laps fading away from Talladega.
Top 4 now are breaking a little bit away from the pack. Now you got Baker pushing Mosteller out. Cootie makes the move down low, can't make a run.
He's going for something big, and he knows a win is at hand. Mosteller, the charge down the Alabama gang super stretch. The look to turn 3. They're dicing it out in the back. Sean Rowe, Barbagallo, so much momentum, so much changing, but time's running out as the sun sets from Central Alabama.
Cootie low underneath River Page, now looking underneath Vila. That 24 car is charging to the front with a push from the 43.
2 allies on the outside, Mosteller and Baker. 2 allies on the inside. No, check that, Cootie and Wilkerson. Everyone else is really just lined in 2 by 2 by 2. Burrows is in view in the Yahoo 20. Justin Champagne is back in view in the Don Julio 38. Mosteller on the bottom, shuts the door on Cootie and nearly turned him for a spin. Team TCB leading now both lanes to turn 3.
Not gonna last for long. Cootie pushes Mosteller out. Wilkerson right along with him.
I'm telling you, the fact that that 9 was able to judge it by inches just makes it so amazing to watch. Here comes the STP 43. Wilkerson's back in tow. Baker's back and forth. Vila to top. Limbo crossing over. Mosteller leads 29 to do it.
Cootie out to dry, going to the back. Wilkerson charges up to second now, but he's stuck between Mosteller and Baker. Behind them, it's Vila, Thurston, Page, top side trying to form the train again.
Whew. Man, they're really going at it for about, I want to say 15th, 16th on back. Look at Joey Stone. Look at Eladon Contreras. Max Steinmeier's back there. Jared, do you go if you're in this position?
You gotta go at this point. Down low, by the way, towards the front is Justin Champagne trying to make a move. Now Baker has gotten past Mosteller and Wilkerson. Those 2 allies leading the pack once more.
Oh, this is just beautiful. This is what racing in an e-ticket event on iRacing is all about. TCB leads, Mosteller in second. Vila back to 4th. Thurston into 5th. They have now performed the train on the outside lane, but how long can he hold on to it? Demos was just breathing down the neck of the 25.
These 2 have control of the race again. They had it before, they have it now. Those guys racing in the back, not making up any ground whatsoever. They're outside the top 10, but look now. It looks like it's Todriff in 9th. He has a gap between the top 8 and himself. Can he make a move?
It's going to be tough, and you can see the gap now back in view exiting turn 4. Drew Jua, his lap machine, he's just sitting in this main group. Zachary Truel, Vijaya Kumar to the inside, Andrew Cootie on the outside. So much fluctuating, so much shuffling. 27 laps to go.
Todriff is not content with just sitting in place. He is going to make a move now down low, underneath Page into 6th, going for the top 5 under Thurston.
2 by 2, Zach Todriff on the scene to the inside, left out of line by a teammate. That's Sean Rowe. Rowe's got William Schmidt. Oh my goodness, the closer has arrived in Dega. William Schmidt into the top 10.
And now Booty is going to cut right in front of this line. Bottom line has the momentum moving up towards the top. What do the front two do when they get there?
It's going to be tough to go ahead and see. 26 laps to go. Spencer Burns on the inside lane. Is he going to get out of the way? He didn't even hug the yellow line, trying to possibly force drivers into a mistake. Andrew Cootie is about to be wheel to wheel with TCB. I mean, talking about polar opposites on a fan base. When it comes down to that 24 and the 25, row out of line, row out of the pocket, row to the outside wall and looking for the lead.
He's trying for the lead. He's got the momentum now with those guys lined up behind him. Down low, Cootie still retaining it with a push from Schmidt.
Sun setting here from Talladega. Mose backing off. I think he's thinking possibly of a move. No. Cootie to the middle. Thornquist with the swipe. Locks in the drivers behind. Just like that, all momentum and all control that 25 and the 9 had. Gone. Just in the matter of an instant.
Cootie leads, 25 laps left in this race. Who makes the move? It's going to be Schmidt. Down low with Thornquist. William Schmidt goes to the lead.
Oh, Sean Rowe back to the outside. And Andrew Cootie's left out to dry this time. Up the gut, we talked about it. Respect is so important. We're going to victory lane in an e-ticket. Goodbye, 24, hello, 79.
Thornquist now to the lead, the 50 getting the push underneath Schmidt. Side by side again, Champagne tried to make a move, he shuffled back.
Shuffling, moving, swaying, put the deck on hand. Vijaya Kumar is there in third. Burrows has arrived to fifth. 3 wide now for that top spot. Coming back to the tri-oval. This is it, 24 laps to go in the Alabama 500. Sean Rowe, the young driver for PBR, climbs the banking of 1 and 2.
Now Baker and Mosteller and Champagne have cleared that bottom line. They're trying to run out the laps or maybe just trying to get past the 99.
It's tough to see. We look back at the poll. We said, do we see a first-time e-ticket event winner? Nearly 1,000 voted in. 74 said yes. Sean Rowe looking to be the beneficiary to that. Baker to the inside. Baker to the lead. Goodbye, Sean Rowe. He jumps to third and maybe even fourth.
Baker looking for his third e-ticket event win. He would be the winningest e-ticket driver of all time. Him and Demos have a gap on the field, and here comes Vila behind him.
Locked in back there in third. James Thurston locked in fourth. 3 wide. Justin Champagne stuck in the gun with nowhere to go. Everyone else still minding the 2x2. Burrows has found company with Clamper. Most drivers on the outside lane have not swayed off their path, but somehow, some way, the 25 and the 9 have formed back together. Carlos Schuther gonna go another lap down. He's on the inside lane. Mosteller the look for the lead.
Hugging the white line, or the yellow line is that 54. Mosteller almost turned himself off the front bumper of that 25. It's not playtime now, it's fighting time. Down low, Thornquist trying to get that push. He's up to third, but falling back.
Yeah, Chad is on it, and he's got Vijaya Kumar. He's got Anthony Burrows lined up with them. Now 22 laps to go. Remember we talked about Sean Rowe? He's 20th. Remember we talked about Josh Kenyon? He's 18th. Jacob Wilkerson, the household name, he's led the most laps, 16th. The passing has not stopped whatsoever. But can you break up this top 2?
I don't know at this point. You're going to have a concerted effort from those on the high side of this racetrack behind him. Now you got Baker looking down low. Now Demo's going to fall back behind him. These top 2 swapping spots once more with 22 left.
Yeah, Demos is right there. You can see Vila has not left that top 2 move at all. He's seen what the 9 and the 25 are doing and saying, hey, I want a piece of this. I know what you guys are trying to work up. I know what you guys are trying to do. I want to be a part of it. Because he is very confident that that 25 and that 9 will be there at the start-finish line for the possible win. There goes one in the wall. That was River Page. And he's another guy I would like to say is looking at the top 2 and realizing, oh, yeah, they're going for a winning strategy, not just going for a lead.
Those top 10, it looks like, have completely pulled away from that inside line. They have reformed the train. Thornquist is trying. He is failing at getting back up towards the front. So you got Mosteller back to the lead, Baker in second, Vila, Thurston, and Page all behind these two, trying maybe to figure out a plan of how to get past them, coming to 20 to go.
Well, this is what you wanted to see, right? From the drop of the green flag. Single file, yes, maybe, but definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. Zach Tondref in 11th, Jacob Wilkerson in 12th, Chad Thornquist back in 13th. I don't want to go ahead and put him out of the question just yet. He's been so strong, so quick. He's going to be in position when it matters the most.
Coming down the super stretch again, everyone up at the high side. Sands 3 of them, and they are the top 15, all ahead of that bottom line.
So what do you do, Jared? Do you sit? Do you wait? I mean, you're not going to have another opportunity at a green flag stop.
You got to be desperate. I mean, this is your single file now throughout the top 21, top 20, give or take. If you're, say, I'd say Wilkerson on back, Todrick, you got to start thinking of a move pretty darn quick, because you're not going to have the time to make the move if no one goes with you. If you make a move now and get shuffled back, you have time. You're some of those guys like, say, Truel through Champagne. I think you wait till about 10 to go. You have that track position. You're the top 5. You just wait and see what the guy in 3rd or 2nd does.
Yeah, I agree with that one, and in a big hurry. You can't sit, you can't wait.
Andrew Cootie has broken off from the pack. He will not be in contention if we stay green.
Wow. 180.
No, that's not going to cut it.
You know why he lost the pack? Because his reputation showed that nobody wanted to go with him. That was it. That's all it wrote. And we got 19 guys single file up against the outside wall with 18 laps to go.
You saw Vila duck out for a moment, maybe just getting air to the grill more than anything. Yep. But I feel like one of these guys, they're going to get antsy. They're going to want to make a move. You can't just sit in line with this much on the line.
Looking and peeking, big breakaway for James Thurston. I haven't seen Thurston be aggressive at all night long.
Thurston, though, has made a gap. 4th on back, has a gap to that top 3. Do they make the run, or do they just stay in line? Is he testing stuff, or is he going to make the move?
I think he's got an opportunity right here. If he's going to go, it has to be now.
He doesn't take it.
Oh, he could have had so much company on him. You know River Page is going to go with him. Same with Zachary Trill. That was a missed opportunity right there by James Thurston. Including entering the trial, he could have ducked right to the bottom. That's the big thing. If he doesn't want to make the move, who says these guys behind him want to do the same?
Well, now you got a little bit of a gap. River Page now has about 2 car lengths. He's going to get a run. Does he make the move, or does he stay with them?
It's just not a mind game. You know what? Make it a 5-leaf clover. We've had strategy, mind games, 4-line, 3-line racing, server issues, and then the big wrecks. I think this is what it comes down to. It's who wants to go or who doesn't want to go.
Steinmeier has a bit of a run. Does he take it? No, he does not. Now there's a gap, I'd say, between Justin Champagne and, is that Sierra Clampert in the 11th spot?
Sierra's got something. She's got something up her sleeve. But the big thing is Todd's got to be yelling here to Champagne, or at least who's that in front? I believe that's Josh Lilly. Yes, he's got to yell to
Josh. He's a lap down.
Yeah, that's a perfect opportunity. He's got to yell to Josh, hey, let's go to the inside. If I can get you back on the lead lap and you can get me up front, I'll be your ally. If a caution comes out, will not leave you. The big thing is, look who Todd has in the arsenal. Wilkerson, Thornquist, Rowe, Kenyon. What's the big thing about all of them? They're always in a live chat together. Chad is clearly wanting to go. He clearly wants to go. Lilly has got to take one for the team right here and duck to the inside of Champagne. His big problem is, will Justin make the late lunge?
Well, now Champagne doesn't have enough of a draft with those guys. Do they pick Justin up and have him make the move?
They should. They should pick him up right now because they're going to leave William Schmidt in the dust.
Schmidt's doing the same thing with Justin. Are they working together? They now have the numbers game ahead of the top 8.
Oh, get ready. It's about to be an invasion for the top 9, top 8. Lane Sanders better hold on because he's going to be the first line of defense, followed by Max Steinmeier. It's happening right here.
15 to go. 15 to go. You got to make a move if you're these guys. You don't have the time to just sit around and wait. huge run here
But
between
they broke
Schmidt.
away. That's the thing. There was that big breakaway. They don't have the main pack with them.
They're gonna take
go
it.
for it. Schmidt to the inside with Justin. Lane elects not to go. Way too aggressive and trigger happy. Not gonna get anywhere.
They'll get up to maybe the 5th or 4th spot, but if you're going for the win,
hold on. Josh is coming in late.
and you got a lap car there to get a draft from as well. That might be their saving grace.
No, he's gonna tandem draft. Juju on the inside lane will be the saving grace. William Schmidt and Justin Champagne looking to spoil the party up front.
They've gotten up to the 4th spot. They've gotten up right behind Vila. Can't make it happen, but now there's a line.
They're gonna have company.
They have it.
And that they need Max Steinmeier to go to the inside. That's another PBR click. I'm surprised Todd did not go to the inside.
And they left Baker out to dry. Mosteller to the lead, coming to 13 laps left.
Gets back in tow. It's not going to completely tear anything up. Max Steinmeier is still stuck on that outside lane. Completely uncoordinated attack. I mean, they had it perfect. They would have passed that main group in a heartbeat, and they would have just gone together with the tandem draft.
Thurston looking low. I think he wants to go at this point. 13 laps left. Mosteller doesn't have his friend Baker. He is trying to come back up to him down low.
That's a big move to the inside. Zach Todriff looking, peeking, waiting. Zachary Trull all in that same boat. It's going to be 12 laps to go in this race. The most unpredictable e-ticket possibly ever. Vila in second now. He hasn't left the right hand of the 9 at all since he's gotten back up front. But it's going to be mano-a-mano with Baker on the bottom and Mose on the outside.
Baker has done this before where he'll come up to the front and go straight up to the top side, leaving that bottom line to dry. Does it again.
Man, that was tight.
Mosteller barely lets him in. Now they're back together.
But how much can you hold on to this? Because William Schmidt's right there.
He's got the lead. He has it. He has cleared the high side. Schmidt to the lead.
Carlos Schuther, lap machine again, will be a helping hand to the 25. Abraham Vila back there in 6. Needs to hold and wait. That's all he can do at this moment. But for William Schmidt, the closer, his second e-ticket event, it's right there. It's in his hands. He just needs to hold on with everyone fighting and clawing behind him.
And he's right beside Baker. Now he's falling back. Bottom line is breaking up a little bit. Top 2 tandem away, coming to 11 laps left.
Yeah, they're so strong. It's going to be very tough to beat. I think Wilkerson's given up. He has jumped to the outside lane and just said goodnight to it.
Oh, he got pushed out of it, though.
He's going to go back to the middle. They need to be completely on the same page on the bottom. If one driver has no confidence, it's over. They're going to break up. Clampert's got to go to the inside. That's exactly what she does now. The Burrows is going to stay in line. I just don't know about that inside lane if they can just all stay confident with each other.
Well, the problem they're having now is that top 4, they are working together, but a huge move from Demos now to the lead again. And that 43 has enough of a draft from him and Schmidt to go to the lead.
Wilkerson at top of the board for now. Most will have the drive. Schmidt will have the push. Wheel to wheel, start finish line for 10 laps to go. Wilkerson locks it in on the outside, and he will be in full control to turn 1.
That was the move there. That's what you had to do just for the pack's sake, to get ahead of those top 2. Schmidt fighting the valiant fight down low, but it's Wilkerson again with the lead.
Oh man, this is just insane. What a race. And now what do you do if you're Demos and Baker? You got to go together. That's exactly what they're going to do, right up the gut.
Is it enough though? Vila now on the back bumper of the 43. Can he keep that high side in the lead and break those front 2 up? No, he cannot.
Oh man, I think Vila realized right there he's a third wheel of that top 2. He needs to stick with Wilkerson and make something work. I don't think Demos and Baker want to work with him at all. It's time to pick a buddy and sit with it because you only have 9 to go.
Down low, Schmidt trying to get the run again. Loose up top as the 43 for a moment. Stays in line, but they're not making up any ground. In fact, the top side is pulling away.
It's not looking pretty at all for those drivers just hanging around and trying to make something work. Gavin Austin, James Thurston, River Page, what do you do? When do you get out of line? The inside lane is poised for victory. The outside lane, maybe minus the top 2, are just hanging around and sitting there. Wilkerson wants the same lunge as Baker. He saw the momentum, It's not going to work. Has to get low. He does. Lines up with William Schmidt, the saving grace.
So now he needs to just hope that Schmidt can stay with him. Tandem up to the front. 8 laps to go this time by.
Oh boy. Climbing 1 and 2. Schmidt in 5th. Thurston in 6th. Justin Champagne in the 7th position.
It looked like almost he had a bumper hook for a second. The 25 went low. Now he goes back. Oh, they did!
Mosteller outside wall. Wilkerson advanced to turn 3. TCB just destroyed any strategy he had with the 9 Coca-Cola Chevrolet. Outside lane disbands. Inside lane advantage. 8, 7 laps to go this time by, and that could have been the race for so many drivers.
Wipe the slate clean, because now there's an entirely new cast of characters out front. Wilkerson, Schmidt, Champagne with Lilly as a lap car. Between them and Thornquist with Rowe in 5th.
Oh man, I cannot believe he did that to a teammate.
I can. I can't. It's 8-7 to go.
Oh man, now what do? If you're the 9, do you link up with the 25?
Well, I mean, what damage do you guys have, too? Is there any, I mean, Demos is all the way to the back of his pack. He might be out of this race this late in it.
Chad Thornquist inside with Abraham Vila. Champagne, William Schmidt. Schmidt the move, Wilkerson thought of blocking. Top of the board, the closer. Time running out from Talladega.
But Wilkerson not giving up. He has Champagne. Rowe goes up top for the 3rd line.
6 to go. Tandem drop, middle lane. Champagne wants to go for it. Gets it. 3 wide, Wilkerson. And he will be stuck in the middle with nowhere to go.
They split him. Wilkerson now out of contention as well. Now you got Schmidt down low with Thornquist, Champagne with Rowe on that top side getting the run again, but not for long. It looks like Thornquist makes a move. No one goes with him.
Oh man, another one left out to dry. The outside lane's been so poised. Justin Champagne is racing the wheels off that Don Julio 38. He knows it's time to mirror drive. He has to wait for any move by Sean Rowe. But what does the inside lane do to get some type of advantage?
Vila trying to give the bumper to the 79. Can't do it yet. 5 laps left. Rowe down low to the lead.
He's got him inside, lined up with a fellow Toyota. Schmidt has enough air on the grill to push the 99 out front. Top 3 breakaway inside. Baker back the 4th. Champagne floods the inside lane and gives no momentum to the outside. Oh man, the chess match is coming down to checkmate here with 4 laps to go this time.
And our late entry, Anthony Burrows up to the 6th spot. They're now all in contention up towards the front. Kenyon looks low, can't make it happen. Baker stays 4th.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna allow TCB to block him like that once more. I mean, that is really close, way too late. Josh's heart has got to be beating out of his chest right now, knowing he's this close with this many laps to go. Sean Rowe mirror drives. Schmidt stays content. This could be the path to a second e-ticket, but who knows what unfolds as Vila jumps to the outside.
Vila and Baker pick up Burrows. They're going to leave Kenyon on the bottom with no one. Vila goes down low for now with them. That might have been the wrong move as Baker gets the run.
This is coming down to what you've got and what you got only. Schmidt top with Baker. Rowe inside with Vila. Burrows on the scene. 2 by 2 by 2 to the end of this pack.
Don't look now, but Zach Todrup enters this battle with a push from Mosteller. They're all up front. 2 by 2 by 2 throughout the pack. 99-79 battle for the win with 3 coming to go.
All eyes glued to the TVs back at home. All eyes glued to what's on track. 3 laps to go from Talladega. Schmidt ripping top. Lined up with Baker. Burrows in tow. He's not leaving the right-hand man. What a race. What a ride we've seen. But it's going to be block after block coming off too.
A charge is forming with Todrup. Demo saves it. Goes up to the high side. Nearly lost it, but down the backstretch. Schmidt, Baker, Burrows, top 3. Pulling away up top.
Baker to the inside, leaves Schmidt, lines in with Rowe. lines in with Vila, lines in, top of the board from Talladega, and locks in that outside lane.
But Rowe has it on the bottom, a push from Vila, with Todrick now with him up in the 5th spot.
This is what we're talking about. 2 laps to go from Talladega. Toyota, Chevrolet, and Ford all in hand. Roll the dice to the outside. Shuts the door on the 25. Vila the daylight downstairs with Zach Tondriff.
But beside him is Vila. Rowe now getting the push from Baker. Schmidt with them. Burrows right up top. They got to block that run as well. Down low, bottom is fizzling out.
Next flag ends the race. You get the white. It's all official. Rowe to the outside. Slams Burrows. 4 wide for the 4th position.
And they're going to make it work for now. No, they're not. There's contact in the back. Are they crashing? Are they not?
Yes,
we see it. They are. Caution is out. We're going to overtime.
Oh, upside down. Williams, no, River Page. Oh, they're so close to making it back.
We are closing in on midnight on the East Coast. Over 1,000 of you watching at home. Are you not entertained?
Are you not? I mean, this is unbelievable.
It is. And who had the lead at the time of caution?
They're going to give it to TCB.
Okay. Who's he got to line up with? Because at this point, you don't pick.
It's going to be William Schmidt in 2nd, it looks like.
Is it Vila 3rd? Yep.
All right.
He's good at pushing.
Let's look back at the time yellow. I don't know what River Page thought. I think he just turned out on Burrows.
I think it's desperation. You're 4 wide at that point. It's a tight squeeze even at Talladega.
Let's watch here.
So you see it right on the backstretch here.
You see it.
It looked like it was almost an accordion.
So we're watching on with Page. We get to see how he went up and over.
And it looked like he got hit, went down. Demos goes up. That's 4 wide.
I mean, they're just stuck 4 wide, really nowhere to go. He comes down.
Yeah.
He completely comes down on Burrows. I think that was a retaliation move, not a nervous move.
I think the 20 might have went up a little bit, and they just sort of met in the middle.
Well, there's definitely frustration. Let's definitely be in the middle on that. I don't think he wanted to wreck Burrows, but he was definitely in the area where he didn't want Burrows to win. And you can see it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And look at that. Look at it. Is Steinmeier? No, Steinmeier hits him. Almost drove underneath him.
It's not a wreck without Max Steinmeier somehow getting into it. And River Page has had his race go up and over.
Oh Lord, this is going to get wild.
We sit, we wait. We're going to watch back again, this time on River Page's POV. They have him slotted in the 27th position. Now, this is also a long green flag run. We almost went to the checkered flag.
Almost.
And now you sit and you just see what happened. This is all in real time. You have to make split-second decisions. You feel like you got walled. Wow. The gyro cam had to walk to it. Unreal. Here you are, here you sit. He's on pit road, yes, but this is where the gladiator fight comes to an end. The second e-ticket in a row to have an overtime finish. Before that, we didn't have an overtime finish before, I believe. I don't think NWP even had an overtime finish.
No, we raced it to the end.
We raced it to the end.
Lap run to
so
the end.
The 2023 Daytona 500, because one hot night, NWP all went to lane. The second
USA
e-ticket.
did.
Yep, the second e-ticket this year, and just the third e-ticket in a full year to have an overtime finish. Okay, catch your breath, because these 2 laps are about to get daring and exciting. Let's go through the overtime procedures. Pretty simple. Once the white flag is displayed, the race is official. Next flag ends the race no matter where these drivers are on track. Over 1,000 watching back at home. Over 40 drivers still sitting at Talladega. Thousands have tuned in. This event will be remembered for so much. Who knows if it will be remembered for the finish just yet? But only destiny will know. for TCB. William Schmidt, Abraham Vila, Sean Rowe, Daniel Mosteller. We talked about stories. 3 minutes till midnight. And guess what? In 3 minutes, maybe even less, we'll be taking that green flag. We'll take the white flag, maybe even the checkered. Around the stroke of midnight. And just like that, 42 stories will not see a conclusion. 42 stories will not see the final chapter. One will be told. Is it William Schmidt, the closer, winning his second e-ticket event? Is it TCB becoming the first three-time e-ticket event champion in NR Night in America? Does Sean Rowe win one for PBR and get his first e-ticket title? Does Demos go back to back, or does Todd make the comeback story of a lifetime and catch his first crown? Jared, you know it's a great event when we were nervous in the middle of it. Maybe for reasons others wouldn't have, but oh boy.
We felt the nerves of the drivers.
We felt it.
But, I mean, you're looking at these guys up front right now, and the cream has risen to the top. You got Baker, Schmidt, Rowe, Vila, Mosteller, Champagne. These guys have been fast all night long. Todrick has been great all night long. Wilkerson, top 10, best car all night long. These are the best drivers we have had all night battling for the win, coming to what hopefully is our only attempt at overtime.
We can only hope. At this point, that's all it comes down to. Lowering the scoreboard, all you'll see is how much is to go and who crosses the line first. Baker, William Schmidt. Rowe, Abraham Vila. 2 laps to decide who wins the 22nd, 21st e-ticket event in NR Night in America. Overtime attempt, 1 from Talladega.
Baker gets the push, goes up high in front of Schmidt. Rowe down low, gets the push from Mosteller. They're side by side into 1 and 2.
You can see Todd backing up just a tad. Chad Thornquist can't get it lined in. Troll on the apron. He comes up, 2-car incident. Do they throw it? I think those are lap machines. They are. They stay green. Those are all lap machines back there. 2 by 2, they're staying green.
Side by side, coming to the white flag. Rowe, Baker, even. Now Baker gets a run with a push from Schmidt.
He's got to be smart right here. He can't have anything go for a miss. William Schmidt on the outside lane. They're going to make it back. Santa Monica, 1 to go in the Alabama 500.
Side by side, still now, Schmidt and Baker. Baker gets the run up front. They're squirrely in the back, but they keep it together.
Rowe is just sealed to the back end of that 25 machine. When do you make that move?
You got to make it probably at the end of the straight here. You got to hope that Demos will go with you. Single file now, the top 3. Mosteller goes up with Champagne. Champagne doesn't go with him. Now, through 3 and 4, it's a 2-car battle. Baker and Rowe with Mosteller getting the run behind.
Rowe looked to squeeze to the bottom. Couldn't get it done. Jumps to the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the start-finish line. Mosteller top. Mosteller to the lead. He's going to do it. He's going to go back-to-back and win a second e-ticket title. Daniel Mosteller wins the Alabama 500. Are you kidding me?
At the last moment when you thought he was out of this race.
Unreal.
He gets it. 4 wide pass for the win.
2-time. Call it. We have a new 2-time e-ticket winner. If you don't think he's the best, think again. I cannot believe what we just saw. The chat's losing it. It's lagging for us with how much it's moving.
We have to watch back on this finish. How he managed to get this victory after being, what, 3rd, 4th position and out of it almost.
That's just unbelievable. The chat's broken. The chat broke. 2 e-ticket event winner. And he goes back to back, Jack.
Burning it out through the grass. Dale Jr., Dale Sr. style, Earnhardt style victory at Talladega.
And our night in America feeling victories all year long. You just cannot ask for anything better than that. That is just insane. He entered the year with no wins. He is now in April with 2 e-ticket titles.
The clock struck midnight for Mosteller, and happily ever after.
The glass slipper will fit for him, but for Rowe, Vila, Champagne, Zach Todriff, very few will remember what could have been for them.
And was it Baker leading at turn 4?
Yep. Sean Rowe went for the move to the outside. Tyler Tinsley, great sponsor. Also a great friend of Demos.
Not even a top 20
You can't
finish.
script this. You can't script this.
The leader, heading out of 4, didn't even get a top 20 finish?
Wow. I mean, that is just insane. You'll watch back on the finish here. We must go talk to your race winner. An e-ticket to remember for multiple reasons. For the good, for the unexpected, for the unfortunate. What a race. What a ride. And he is now a 2-time e-ticket winner. David Bell dropped the $10 super chat. So thankful for that. You all want to hear him. Spam in the chat. Lose it. He loves when you guys do that. But Demos is officially on top of the sim racing world for the 2nd time this year. Mosteller, you are unbelievable.
Go. Holy cow. Oh my gosh.
Is it sweeter than Florida?
Absolutely, man. Oh my gosh.
You called it. You said it. Hey, he also said it too in the interview. He's like, when we were in the same car track combo last year for NASCAR Cup Series I won, I got it done in Darrington. If you don't think I'm a favorite heading into this, think again. Wow. And the iconic paint scheme is back in victory with the pink look. Twitter's got to be losing it. The chat is losing it. Demos, you got the floor.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Justin Champagne. Thank you, Schmidt, for giving Champagne the assist on the backstretch. And thank you, Vila, for the 2nd straight time he pushed me to the win again. I cannot believe it. I made my move off at turn 4, and I thought I was going to get thrown to the fence just like I did the Jua, but Rowe didn't do that. And I got clear, and I just had to throw the simplest block on Vila there, and came across the line as a winner.
You know, I told you at the end of the Florida 500 that the chat lost it. I think you broke the chat this time. It stopped moving for us with over 1,000 trying to message at once. If you guys don't think that Demos is one of the biggest talking points, one of the biggest stories on iRacing, you may need to rethink it, because this is historic. How? And you did, it's not like you didn't earn it. You went out there, you led laps, you did everything you needed to do. Talk to me. What were you thinking off 4?
I don't know. At first I thought I was going to go low, but I saw a gap to the high side on Rowe. So I took that run, and yeah, it was a pretty good move there, and yeah, got the win. I need to interrupt you. Thank you, TCB. We worked perfect all race.
You guys did.
We absolutely controlled the second half of that race. No one could touch us. Our teamwork was really good, and, you know, we messed it up there with like 10 to go. He got a meatball flag. He had steering damage. My car it had some damage, and that didn't stop either of us, and, you know, was able to prevail there at the end.
They were lined up, you cleared them, and that's when the party started in the Discord. The party started in the live chat. That is just unreal. Winning an e-ticket is so hard. You understand how tough it is. You've been on the dead end of the stick of so many. But going back to back, something that very few can do. to make matters even crazier, we watched back. You were 4 wide coming off turn 4. Did you even notice that?
No, was I?
Yeah.
Was Champagne on the apron?
He was
I
on the
don't know.
apron. And
Oh,
Baker
I had
did
no clue in the
not get
moment.
back to the start-finish line. You know what, Demos? I'm going to be honest. We can start the debate. This may be in contention for one of the best e-tickets ever because of, I explained it earlier, the uncertainty, the problems that then had solutions, and then what we had at the finish. Would you agree?
I would. This feels a lot better than the Florida win. I was able to time my moves, and I almost wrecked myself on the back straightaway on Champagne trying to get down in front of him to get a tandem formed. Thankfully, that didn't happen. So yeah, again, thank you to him. And yeah, I see relaxed yellows right now. Brayden Movick at 40. They're having a nice little convo about my luck. No,
there's no luck there. There is no luck there. That was all skill.
To win back-to-back on super speedways with this type of package, really saying something.
It's that is not luck. You have every single era of super speedway racing in this package. You put yourself in position. If this was luck-based, then I don't know what's real, honestly. That's what I have to say. I don't know what's real because you were up front, you're leading, you put yourself in position, you had guys working with you. There was no luck. There was nothing but skill. And I got to ask you one thing. What do you have to say to these viewers watching back at home? They're still spamming 9.
Thank you for sticking it out. You know, there were some technical issues midway through. Thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for rooting for me. I hope we put on. Actually, we did put on a show. Why am I saying hope?
Oh, a show.
We put on.
We put on more than a show. That was cinematic.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thank you to Justin Champagne. Thank you to Vila. Thank you to Tyler for making the paint scheme. Thank you to Aiden Walker, for the spec map and making it look beautiful. Thank you to TCB for working so well with me. And I had a special friend with me on the door handle. One of my birds passed away, who was a good friend of mine. You know. So to bring him to victory lane, it was something really special. So I can't believe it, man.
Daniel Mosteller, congratulations. We got 2 more drivers to get to before we go see the results and have our closing discussion. But you know what? You may be the most recognizable name in this community. I'd argue even on iRacing, because very rarely does anyone have this much backing and this much love than they do on iRacing. I mean, you talked about before you go into sessions and people recognize you. Let's continue that trend, because tonight proves once again where it's tough to stop Daniel Mosteller. Congratulations on your second e-ticket title.
Thank you, Jonathan Ramos.
Well, if there is a driver that finishes first, there has to be a guy that finishes in second, and that would be Abraham Vila. Vila, before you say anything, round of applause for you. The comeback, how you made it work. I mean, it was just fantastic. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say it was comeback, but I didn't win the race, so I did not make the comeback. Started in pole and finished P1, so I don't say this is comeback.
You had the pole, but here's the thing. You're involved in an incident. Drivers had server issues. I had server issues. We had to throw 2 timely yellows for the situations, and I'm going to be honest, I wasn't happy about those timely yellows. It was very difficult for us to get through, challenging, but we found the solution. Viewers had to be patient. We're so thankful for them. Vila, you saw that as an opportunity to get back in race-winning position. How timely was that for you to be in position to possibly win your first e-ticket?
I mean, I'm always getting close with this e-tickets. I mean, Daytona, I put Demos to win. A lot of races, I'm always up there. I don't know how I came back. I was 6 down. All those cautions and issues with servers made me come back. Now, that white flag, man, that white flag. I don't know what I could do better. Maybe turn left aggressively or try to do a fake out, like go left, turn right, but can't do nothing right there. It's good block by Demos. Kind of mad that pushed him to a victory again as back-to-back races and restrictor plates. Hate it. I really hate it, because I feel like my time will come to win an e-ticket. It's gonna come, but I don't know.
It's on the way. It's definitely closing in. Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
To everybody that's watching, I'm Stu Lewis, Drew Lapsack, and all the NRR Billboards. I'm sorry that I got P2. I tried my best with the comeback. Eric, thank you for being good people, picking me for this race. Thank you for the commentating and everything. It's kind of mad, it's kind of sad too. Man, I'm a little bit depressed, but I'm gonna keep my chin up. Ready for the Indy 500, hopefully, with the next e-ticket, and try win it.
The month of May is arriving.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try my best next time, and I'm gonna be more aggressive.
Yes.
No more stay in the back.
Yes, indeed. That's Abraham Vila, ladies and gentlemen. Your runner-up in the 2024 Alabama 500. Sean Rowe is the next one we would like to get to. I can't believe it. We have to just like stop for a moment and appreciate how great of a race this was. I mean, from what it could have been to then what it possibly would be to now, it is just unbelievable. Sean Rowe not in a Discord calls, so we will not be able to get to him. Let's go ahead and give the rundown, Jarrett, of where everyone finished on track. Well, no surprise here, obviously, Moss Stellar. Going to victory lane, he was number 1, Vila, just 11 back.
So close. I mean, God, I'm losing my voice now.
I know.
But it's just all chaos breaking loose at the end. Justin Champagne in a 4th place finish, even after making a 4-wide pass. He did what he had to try and get the win. I give Jacob Wilkerson 6th is nice, but this has to be disappointing.
Oh, man, clean for how many laps he led. Such a great driver, such a great team player as well. Thurston Pravin Vijayakumar, Chad Thornquist, Sierra Clamper running out that top 10. You look through the results consistently. William Schmidt, the closer, so close. Back there in 11th, you can just see top, 14, separated by a full second. Kenyon, Steinmeier, Andrew Cootie. Hats off to Cootie. He got shuffled out multiple times. Top 14, I'll keep my head high on that. Lane Sanders, Joey Stone, 2 drivers that once again just couldn't hold on to it. They were involved in incidents. They couldn't get it fixed in time. Josh Lee, great comeback to 17th. Barbagallo, hats off in 18th. Davis Lewis, Xander McKinney, the Alani Ford Mustang. Bingo, top 20.
From there, you got Beckman in 21st, and I'm looking at TCB here. He was
25th?
leading.
Oh my goodness.
Coming through 3 and 4. 25th final position on the day. Jua had internet issues, tried to make some kind of comeback, couldn't make it happen. Burrows competing for the win before that final caution he was in. 29th on the day.
River Page got 30th. Unfortunate for Carlos Truther, didn't have anything to work with him. He got 31st. Spencer Burns showed so much promise, but I look up and down this list, and it's almost like looking at the what could have been. A lot of these guys are out due to mechanical internet. Not really internet. I'm going to check that again. Due to server issues, that's why they're out. Others out because of unfortunate situations. Carlos Truther was plagued with the server problems. Spencer Burns even had a couple of issues with Aladam Contreras. Matthew Brower involved in that unfortunate wreck. Jackson Carr, Chad Hornish, James Bomar, Frank Horley could have definitely won that race.
I think the theme of this page is just trouble. They all got caught up in trouble.
Kenny Reel, Mike Mitchum, and running out the rest of it. Braden Mubbick, the go for 3 came to a close. Gavin Austin, West Texas finest, Riker Byram, rounds out that 43-car list. Let's go back to our studios in Nashville, Tennessee. I keep saying it. What a race. What a finish. I am not going to forget this one for a very long time.
Neither am I. I mean, this is the longest e-ticket we've had in 3 years.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Let's go through it. First 30 laps, probably the greatest 30 laps on iRacing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
The greatest 30 laps on iRacing.
So.
And then internet system server issues plagued drivers throughout the race, and then we caught the bug as well.
It's just gremlins throughout the middle part.
And we had it. So I want to say sorry again to all you viewers. We went hours into testing. We didn't have any issues leading up to today. We were even notified by certain drivers that there could be server problems today. Luckily, we found a fix. And luckily, it added to the storyline. You know, if you're good, I like happy problems. NASCAR had their happy problem most recently. I consider this a happy problem because it's going to go ahead and add into why this is considered one of the greatest e-ticket events. And then the showdown. The drivers that couldn't beat the system failures, unfortunately dropped out. The others that survived stayed. Long green flag run strategy. We had the 5-leaf clover of a race tonight. And oh boy, did it count. Coming to the finish, the long green flag run to overtime. And you know what? One of the best drivers to get it done, got it done.
Oh, and it was the best of the best up front. This wasn't like it was, Demos versus a bunch of scrubs that just, were lucky to be there. No, he was against some of the best in NR history up there and some of the best super speedway drivers in NR history on top of that. An earned win, deserved in every imaginable definition of the word, and now he is tied as a 2-time e-ticket winner. It's realistic to say by the end of the summer, he could be the winningest e-ticket driver in NR history.
Let's go ahead and continue to talk about it. One thing that we enjoyed was the fact that we know this isn't the last e-ticket. We got more coming. We got more on the way. But ladies and gentlemen, let's start with you. What's new coming to your channel before we sign off?
Oh, I mean, we got the NASCAR Movie Podcast this week. That'll be a lot of fun. And just a lot of fun stuff when it comes to eventually, if they race Talladega, seeing how we might have a race of the weekend contender.
Yeah, we might.
I'll be live after that, and I'll be back on here with you when it comes to the future events.
Yeah, we got a future event that we'd like to do, but we are looking for sponsors on it first. If you want to sponsor a future e-ticket event like the Indiana 500, which we would like to have May 17th, link to my email is down below if you have anything you want to show off and possibly have it. Why not go for it?
Give a tentative date for the next Super Speedway e-ticket if you want.
Oh, yeah. Read it out.
NWP 400. We're basically making it a speed week, John.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And you know why we're doing that? 200 signed up for the Alabama 500 with very little promotion on signups. We realized I think it's time to make a speed week to add to the demand that we consistently see for these events.
So we're looking at basically an open shootout race for those who don't make the top 62. Give them a chance to be in. That'll be Tuesday the 13th. We'll have the duels come back with the LCQ on the 16th, a Friday. And August 20th, NWP 400, the 4th annual event, will be on John's channel here, IDK Player. And John, should we tell them what gen we're doing for that one?
Gen 4. We're back to the original concept. Originally, it was supposed to be a Gen 4 race at Daytona. We had to move it to Talladega because we had 2 Daytona events previous on it. Well, we get to have the original concept now.
Here we go. And first time I'll be able to be in the booth for the original concept, too. I can't wait.
Gonna be a lot of fun. If you guys want to hear me live in person, it'll be live on Racing America, racingamerica.tv. I will be at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway tomorrow, broadcasting all the action live. I'll also be live tomorrow on this YouTube channel with the power of YouTube Shorts to call the Pro Late Model race with myself and John Nix. Well, I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out. Thank you for enjoying. Thank you for sticking around. And we hope you have a very good night wherever you may be.